Hey everyone, happy Saturday. Hi Darth Vader. I was inquiring about you in Baker's chat this morning. I asked if you had one too many beers for your birthday and slept in. Hi Scott. Nicola, thanks for stopping by. Hope you get a good nap in. Thanks for being here, you guys. So we got the plan today going. We are going to finish at least where we left off yesterday, and Trooper Guarino reading the text messages, which is always fun. Him in that big old binder. Yeah. I was like, I even took a screenshot of it. Seriously, I took a screenshot of my comment so I could show you. I'll have to email it to myself. I was like, oh, she must be sleeping in today. Yeah, blame you. I'm yawning. I'm still sleep deprived. Holy moly. Must have missed me. I got there late, so I had to catch up. You know what? I was in there listening, but I wasn't chatting the whole time. So yeah, I miss chatting with you. But that's okay. You're here. Had a few wobbly pops yesterday. I like that. I'm just glad you had a great birthday. Because I also switched over to Fervent this morning. If you didn't go and watch Fervent's premiere this morning, it's definitely worth a watch. I love his videos. Of course, you know I love the music and songs that he makes, as I play and listen to them every chance I get because they make me laugh and smile. But he also makes he started making like a comedy slash sitcom, I guess you could say, of the McAlberts, and it's hilarious. So definitely check that out. Your brain says you did 5 hours. My brain says you did 5 hours, and I was like, how much did I drink? Oops. You weren't keeping track, right? That's okay. It's your birthday. You're allowed to do that. Oh, good. I'm so glad. Easter blows chunks for me. And when my birthday lands near that weekend, it's rough. So you help me get through my B-day. Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah, I'll be honest. Easter isn't that big of a deal to me anymore. My son's a grown adult, and it's not the same. Other, my mom being gone, it would be normally a day I would have went and hung out with her or something. So yeah, I agree with you there. No, you didn't embarrass yourself. You had fun. You had me rolling yesterday. You were cracking me up left and right. No, seriously. I even said, I don't know if you remember the comment then, but I said Darth Vader needs to have one beer, one beer more often because you were cracking me up. Had a good time. You guys, everybody in the chat yesterday was just making me laugh. We had a lot of fun. That's what I try to do every day. Oh my god, I can't stop yawning all of a sudden. Jeez, oh Pete. I got in Baker's chat this morning, and everyone was like saying good morning and what they were doing. And Holly Mack, I don't know if you know Holly Mack in Baker's chat. She had a fall, really bad one. She broke her collarbone and something else. Like, I don't know, poor girl's probably in a lot of pain. And she said she was still in bed. And I was like, ha ha. I'm like, so am I. Like 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning, and I don't want to get up. I see. Holy moly, what the hell? I literally cannot stop yawning. So sorry about that. I'm sure people don't want to sit here and listen to me yawn. It's probably even worse than listening to me cry. But anyways, with that being said, I was looking at the order of the witness list for trial 2, trying to remember. Thankfully they have besides the trial list channel, because yesterday when we were watching Guarino's testimony and then I saw Guarino again, 2 people down in videos, I'm like, what the heck? So at least I caught that, so we could just play all of Guarino and get through it. Because as far as I remember, he doesn't have a hot mic moment like he did in the first trial when he said, kill me, under his breath. That was hysterical. And the only bad news I have right now is the Red Wings are losing. Not surprising. But the Detroit Red Wings are playing the New York Rangers today, and we're already losing 1-0. Sucks. Swear I need some caffeine. I just opened my first Coca-Cola for the morning, so hopefully the caffeine will start to wake me up. But as I was saying, going through the testimony or the witness list, I am going to skip a couple of literally unimportant witness and testimony, just because they're short. They don't really, in my opinion, do anything important for the trial. But I'm trying to find the names of the one we're skipping, just so I can at least let you guys know. Here we go. So we are going to finish Guarino reading the text messages. Then we have Firefighter Daniel Whitley. He did testify in trial 1. And then we're going to skip the owners of the bars, because I just don't think they have much to add. It's really not that important. I think that's more about what Karen Reed drank, and yeah, to me it's just not important. And then Mike Camerano again testifies in trial 2. If I remember correctly, his testimony is pretty much the same as trial 1, so I figured we'd skip that one. And then we're going to get into Dr. Garrey Faller, which is the Good Samaritan Hospital. He does do blood alcohol testimony, but if I remember correctly on that one, there's a good cross that's worth watching. And Jason Becker, which is an EMT who took Karen to the hospital. And then we're going to start on Ian Whiffin. Ironically enough, Ian Whiffin was towards the end of trial 1. Sorry, there's an ambulance going by my house this time. But we just did Ian Whiffin from trial 1 last week. And so with skipping a couple and getting into these shorter testimonies, hopefully start Ian Whiffin's direct today, depending on how long it takes us to get through those couple witnesses. And then tomorrow will be the rest of Ian Whiffin, and we will be getting into Jen McCabe tomorrow. So just wanted to give you guys a heads up as to what to expect today and tomorrow. Oh, Darvader, I just saw your comments. Sorry, I was going over the list. I'm so sorry. Mike, oh, I'm sorry for your loss, sweetie. I'm sending you hugs. Oh, you had a few more than one, that's for sure. I don't blame you. You're allowed. I'll allow it. Yeah, that's what I figured, the bar people. I mean, it really is no bearing on the case. It's really, who cares? And the only reason, like I said, the only reason I plan on playing the pathologist from Good Samaritan Hospital's testimony is because of a cross-examination by, I think it's Alan Jackson does the cross on that one, and it's pretty good, if I remember correctly. So, I'm not sure how many people will be joining us since it's a Saturday. Oh my God. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm yawning like crazy. I can't freaking stop. Hopefully, I will not fall asleep midstream today. I am going to try to drink my caffeine as we get started going into the rest of these text messages read by Trooper Guarino. Just got to share my screen. Bear with me. All right. Do I snore? He'll be with me. Aw, thanks. I've fallen asleep on stream a couple times, but luckily it's only for like 5 to 20 minutes, I think, at the most. I think is one the really like the first week I was streaming. And I do snore, but not when I'm streaming because I end up falling asleep sitting up. I only snore when I end up laying flat. Like when I am actually laying down and sleeping, I snore so bad that I wake myself up. So let's put it that way. But it only happens, and because of my physical conditions, my hips and that, I sleep with like 8 pillows, okay, to keep myself completely propped up. But occasionally, because I'm a side sleeper, I will roll completely off the pillows, and that's when and end up flat. That's when I end up snoring like that. So thankfully, I've not embarrassed myself snoring like terribly on stream. Just totally fell asleep. No one would have really known if I hadn't completely ignored the chat for 20 minutes. I think that was really how they're like, "Are you asleep?" That's about it. So I forgot to send Kazi G. I don't know what he's up to today, but if we get to Ian Whiffin again, Kazi G might want to come on. I will have to send him a link just in case he's free and wants to hang out with us today. But let's get started on this. I just gotta make it big screen. There we go. And oops. Nope. Wrong button. Where's my invite button? Oh, there we go. Give me 1 second, guys. I will get this started. Holy moly, I need to stop yawning.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, text me when you guys settle in later. 2:06:44 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, sure. 2:06:58 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to
For the record, Canada does not claim Ian Whiffin.
That must be with I believe it. Yeah, goes to the next one. So I'll start. Yeah, that's correct.
With the court's permission, will begin the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Take your leaders.
Okay. The phone call signatures. We'll start with the first slide. This is from the defendant to John O'Keefe. I feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said. 2:16:10 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm not sure what you want me to do. He said, I'm sorry, and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it. 2:17:16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, things in my own life have been difficult too, 2:17:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I know. 2:17:40 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:17:45 p.m., the defendant calls John. Phone call is answered, and he speaks for 2 minutes, 22 seconds. 2:23:02 p.m., the defendant calls John. That's again answered. At 1:00, and they speak for 1 minute, 2 seconds. At 2:24:17 p.m., the defendant calls John, and the call is rejected. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. 2:25:18 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, nope. 2:25:33 p.m. on the 28th.
We don't want them either, Darth Vader, okay?
From John O'Keefe to the defendant,
Maybe they
things
should
haven't been
just
great
go
between us
off
for a while.
into the
Never
ocean
consider
and
that.
be themselves.
2:26:03 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:28:40 p.m., the defendant calls John. That call is rejected.
Mr. Guarino, can you explain to us the
Andrea?
difference between not answered and rejected?
Yes, so if the call is not answered, that means the call rang out and goes to voicemail. If the call is rejected, that is someone actively hitting the send to voicemail button to disable the call, to stop it
Well,
from
we
ringing.
want to get rid of them as soon as possible.
From John O'Keefe to
So,
the defendant, kids are here, not in the mood to
Maybe
talk.
they should just break off.
2:29:03 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying, and you keep treating me like this. 2:29:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning, and you whack me in the face with a pillow. 2:29:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, last night you're basically like, yeah, what about when you talk about the future? So why don't you just admit you're not into so much anymore? 2:30:23 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not how it went down, but okay. 2:30:26 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please admit your head is out of the game with us? 2:30:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, sick of always arguing and fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you apparently. 2:32:28 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:32:47
This
p.m.,
is
the
just
defendant calls John.
so
The call is
awkward
rejected.
having him read these like this. I don't know
John
why
O'Keefe to
they
the defendant,
did this.
OMG,
but
stop calling.
whatever.
2:32:54 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then why would you start with me this morning? 2:32:58 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you're setting me up to fail. 2:33:05 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you start a number of fights from your end. 2:33:26 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again. 2:33:31 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so you're not into this anymore. 2:33:41 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, not into fighting all the time, correct. 2:34:03 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, if you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world. 2:34:11 p.m. on the 28th.
Okay, hold on. Let me answer this. Darth Vader, not me. No, I mean, honestly, not really. I mean, nothing really embarrasses me or anything like that as far as that goes. I mean, I live in Michigan, as you know. It's technically the Midwest, although I don't understand why we're considered the Midwest. It's weird. We're called Michiganders. Sometimes I'm called a Yankee just because I live in the North. But nothing truly offends me. We don't want Massachusetts either. You take them, please. That's why I said, Morg. They need to just break off into the Atlantic Ocean and be all by themselves. Says, we don't want them. Canada doesn't want them. So, they can just go off and be on their own. My unsolicited opinion. rename it Romney Land or something. As in Mitt Romney? We should just, they should just break off Massachusetts, send all the a-holes like Bustin' Justin over there, take all the good people, like Kelsey Fitzsimmons and, all the people that are in the Karen Reed movement, like Mary B and Cheryl and all the good people from Massachusetts, move them over to Connecticut or something else and just break off on their own. Never thought of the word Yankee as an insult, but if I needed to make a comparison, would it be hillbilly or should I cite Deliverance? Hillbilly is not, I mean, I've never been called a hillbilly because I live in the city. I don't live in the country. Hillbilly is normally stated for down south. Yes, some people could take offense to hillbilly, I would assume, but that's not something I've ever been called because, people from Michigan, especially in a metropolitan area, we're just not called that. But I could definitely see people taking offense to the word hillbilly. We dislike our hillbillies more than anyone else ever could. Well, there you go. I know it's a weird question, but someone said something bigoted recently, and I didn't know what the American equivalent would be, so my answer wasn't the greatest. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't even know what to call an American just to another, like a fellow American. I wouldn't know what to call them just to insult them. I mean, hillbilly, I call people hillbillies just to be funny. It's not that degrading or anything, at least in my opinion. But I guess if you technically are a hillbilly, you could take offense to it. Exactly my question. If I was mad at you, what could I say to make you think I had an issue with Americans? Wow, let's see. I just need the bigot equivalent for an American. So I have a good argument going forward. I got you. Okay, so I'm going to have to think on that one. Unless Morg, give me a good one here. I can't think of one. For Americans, all you need to do is figure out what their favorite sports team there is and just tell them their team sucks or misidentify them as a fan of a rival team. Yes, there you go. Morg, that's perfect. So, like me, just saying that I'm a Detroit Red Wings fan, okay? You could say, well, see, it doesn't, to me, see, it's hard to say that too, because for me, it would be more football than hockey because I watch a lot of hockey, other teams too, because the Red Wings, unfortunately, haven't been that great. But that'd be like Michigan and Ohio State. If you call people in Michigan an Ohio State fan, you got problems. Don't mean to degrade anyone, but someone made a comment and I was like, oh, I can't even think of an equivalent here of something insulting because I don't live there. We got you, Darbader. We're going to come up with some good stuff. I literally got blocked by someone popular in Baker's chat because I called that person out kindly for saying something inappropriate. Are you serious? It wasn't the word lube, was it? That was funny. Yes, exactly, Morg. Do not call a Michigan fan an Ohio State fan. You will get beat down. So that is a great example. And whoever blocked you, Darbader, how dare them? Up in Baker's chat anyway, because they know that you technically got booted out of the other channel for saying the word lube twice. Like, oh my God. Can't say lube. Oh my God. So stupid. Yep, didn't even realize they blocked me until her comments showed up on screen and I was like, oh, she got mad at me for putting you in your place. Okay. Wow. You got to like send me a message on who that was just so I can watch out for it. Was that recently, by the way? Just curious. Debater, are you in Discord? I forget. I am so tired. I can't even remember if you're in my Discord. Yes, you are, because we messaged each other, right? Hold on. I still got to get... Didn't we message each other in Discord? I don't remember. I say nothing bad in Baker's chat. Him, you, I promise I'll never say anything bad. Aw, you're so sweet, honey. I realized it yesterday, but as you know, I cried for 2 days straight, so she blocked me sometime in the last 3 days. Oh my God. Mark says, you're like a white male. It would be fighting words if you said it to a left-wing American person. Oh, geez. Not in Discord. Not sure if I should be. Well, join my Discord. My Discord is very mellow. Not that many people. Send me an email. And I'll invite you to my Discord and you'll see if you like it. If you don't, no harm, no foul. But that way, we can message each other really easily. That's why I like Discord more than anything. She actually called you lefty, even though I'm in Canada. Like, dude, we don't even use that word here. Oh, boy. People can be so petty. And coming from someone who does go petty, like, you have to be petty to the right people. Okay? Know your audience. I just call people elf. I hate elves. There you go. Hey, Maylin. See, Mark says it. Elves ruined everything. Just for sticking up for another culture. Yeah, see, people just have sticks up their asses, I think. They need to remove them. Someone pissed in their Cheerios. There you can say that. Ask them if someone pissed in their Cheerios this morning. That's always a good comeback. And that works for anything. Anyone who's just being a bitch or a dick or an ass or whatever you want to call them for no reason, just ask them. Just say, did someone piss in your Cheerios this morning? And you'll be all good. I wanted to type, prove you're a bigot without saying you're a bigot. Then Baker said, no politics here. So I told her she should have a conversation with that culture. That was the end of it. Yeah, see, what's wrong with that? And I get the no politics thing. I'm a huge supporter of no politics, just because even when you agree with someone in politics, it can get heated. Like, it's just people are just not sane when it comes to talking politics. So I just avoid it altogether. Watch this. You're a Green Bay Packers fan, Maylin? There you go. Boom, Morg. The Bears. The Bears. And now, see, with football, I got to go college because I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Because being a Lions fan, I mean, deep down, everyone who lives in Michigan and is a football fan is somehow a Lions fan. Every year, we have a slight glimmer of hope that things are going to change, and then they fail us every fucking time. So It's just, we don't get our hopes up anymore. We just don't. Demonstrating properly, insulting Americans versus via use of sports team. And oh my God, I can't read today. I'm so fucking tired. Holy moly. Haha, even Canadians know the Bears reference. It's like being a Leafs fan. Exactly. I live in Ohio, but I am a Cox fan. The hell's a Cox fan? Aren't most women Cox fans? Sorry, my mind went in the gutter that quickly. The hell is Ditka? See? Darth Vader's mind went there too. That's just where our minds go. Can't be helped. See? Okay. The South Carolina Gamecocks. Yeah, I have no idea who that is. Darth Vader's mind is in the gutter right there with me. Can't help it. I love the Revolting Cocks too. Great band. I don't know them, but now I'm going to have to look them up. Thanks, Mark. All right. What the hell is Ditka? I still want to know what the fuck Ditka is. What the hell is this? Why does it sound familiar, but I have no clue what it is? Mike Ditka. That, oh, okay. Football player for, God, I can't think. He's a football player, right? I was trying to not put my foot in my mouth, so I waited a minute till I could figure out what team he played for. But, oh, there you go. Bears coach. He was a player too, though, wasn't he? Oh, okay, see, I thought he was a player. Okay, so Bears coach from 82 to 93. And he also was a Hall of Fame tight end from 60s and 70s. There you go. Now, I knew that name sounded familiar. I just couldn't remember what it was until you said the first name. Then I remembered. Couldn't remember what team, but I did remember. That mask is scary, Morg. Has Super Bowl rings as a player, assistant, and coach. Yeah, got you. I knew what you meant. Okay, football fans, what's the deodorant position? That's what I played. Captain of the flag football team for 4 years. And go. Deodorant position. A wide receiver because they have to lift up their arms to catch the ball. That's how I would take that. Wait, what? Nope, I hit. Hit. You don't hit a football. You kick a football and you throw a football, but you don't hit a football. Maylin says, you handed out the deodorant after showers? Don't make me criticize you Americans. It's your game. Well, what the hell? You don't hit a football a football in football. You kick a football and you throw a football and you catch a football, but you do not hit a football. I stole this avatar from an Australian troll in 2020. It's welder goggles, a black painting respirator, an actual 19th century Prussian Pickeltraub helmet. Oh, cool. Slap their booty on the way out. He went by Colonel Comics. Cool. All those actions for a football are correct, but you also hit humans. Oh, tackle. I got you. But you said hit. You hit. So I was thinking of the ball. Sorry. What were you, offensive or offensive? Defensive or offensive tackle? He was most noted for having a brief online affair with the umbrella guy's wife, Lola. Ooh. Uh-oh. Oop. Terry is lurking. Hey, Terry. Tackle is not a brand of deodorant? Deodorant. What the hell? Deodorant? What? I'm so confused. Those of you who followed the Depp Heard trial should know who Tug is. And Darth Vader is ashamed of us people. I'm trying to think. There's defensive and offensive tackle. Then you have your safety, your wide receiver, your quarterback, your center, your kicker, your center, or no, I said that. Linebacker. What the right guard? Oh my God. Here's me smacking my forehead. Okay, Darth Vader, sorry. And then Lola was in War Campaign, a troll gang with me. Oh, you got a troll gang? How cool is that? Told you it was a deodorant position. I got it now. Okay, it's Saturday morning, actually afternoon, technically now, but it still feels like morning to me because I don't sleep. I would have never gotten that with the deodorant name. Right guard, yeah, and because right guard isn't exactly a popular deodorant. I mean, when you talk deodorant, I think Axe for men, women, Secret. Yeah, it's about what comes to mind. Sometimes the Old Spice. I also played tight end during one game because we needed to knock a chick out. Nice. All right. So just to let you know, I texted Kazi G the link in case he wants to come on. He said he's going to try because we may get into Ian Whiffin today. So let's get back into these text messages and get through these as quickly as possible. I have it on 1.25 speed. If it gets too fast by any means, please let me know. Ooh, left tackle, left guard, right guard, center, right end, two wide receivers, quarterback, halfback, fullback is a standard offensive formation. Thank you, Morg. I told you not all Canadians are nice. You did tell me that. See, we never had powder puff games or power puff, powder puff, whatever you want to call them. I always wanted to. I would have played. I love football. Although fullback is often swapped out for a third wide receiver these days. Yes, true. I was a better cheerleader than a football player, and I was a bad cheerleader. I did pom in high school. I was a cheerleader in junior high, but I danced since I was 4. That was my kind of thing. When the local girls' Catholic school came to our tourney, they asked if we could just play for fun. The fuck? No. No. Say we're going to beat your asses. At public school, but we did one powder puff game a year, and I was always the bench warmer. Hey, that's okay. Bench warmer is an important position too, I think. All right, let's get back into this. Thanks for the chat and the laughs, you guys. Keep it coming. But here we go. Oh, Terry, shush. You and your virgin ears, my ass.
From John O'Keefe to the defendant, he sends an emoji, 2:34:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, then stop starting with me, 2:34:20 p.m. on the 28th. 2:34:29 p.m. The defendant calls John. He rejects the call. John O'Keefe to the defendant. I'm not answering. Stop calling. 2:34:42 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you please answer after how you treated me earlier? 2:34:43 p.m. on the 28th. 2:34:54 p.m. The defendant calls John. That's rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Kaylee is right here. 2:35:02 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. You start a rager with me out of nowhere and then tell me you're sick of fighting with me. 2:35:41 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I'm going to grab a drink in a bit. 2:38:14 p.m. on the 28th. 2:38:42 p.m. The defendant calls John. That call is rejected. The defendant to John O'Keefe. Can you please answer? 2:38:52 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. No, Karen. Not sure why you need to announce that you're going. Not sure why you need to announce that you're grabbing a drink, but have fun. 2:39:46 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Seeing if you want to meet me later. 2:40:22 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Can you please call me? 2:40:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. Have to take him to the doctor. He has practice. 2:40:55 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Yeah, 5 minutes. 2:41:17 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:43:01 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 2:43:45 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. John O'Keefe to the defendant. My father just walked in. 2:43:58 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. Okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes? 2:44:14 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Not right now. 2:44:23 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I'm there when anyone else needs me. 2:44:26 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:45:32 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. The defendant calls Mr. O'Keefe. Yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for a minute. 2:46:16 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing, and now you tell me you're not into doing things.
That,
you
Maylin,
don't
I'm
want to fight
definitely
weekly,
interested.
but I have to handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail. 2:47:08 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I've been dealing with my own personal crisis over things I have zero control over. I'd like to lean on you too sometimes. Instead, I just hear everything I've done wrong. 2:48:34 p.m. on the 28th. At 2:56 p.m., the defendant calls John. The call is rejected. At 2:51:13 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's rejected. 2:52:37 p.m., John calls the defendant. It's not answered. At 2:53:56, the defendant calls John. Again, not answered. The defendant, John O'Keefe, you seriously cannot pick up the phone for 2 seconds. 2:54:13 p.m. 2:58:05 p.m., the defendant calls John. It's rejected. At 2:59:13, John calls the defendant. The call is answered and they speak for 4 minutes, 59 seconds. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, why don't you meet me at Hillside at 4:30/5, 3:08:55 p.m. John O'Keefe to the defendant sends an emoji at 3:10:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or whenever you get everyone settled, 3:10:35 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, like I said, doctor now, and he has practice till 6. If you want to go start drinking, then go for it. 3:36:21 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I didn't know the times of his practice. 3:36:40 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, I just want to give you space at the house without me there. So rather meet you out than meet at the house. 3:37:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, yeah, well, now there's a 72-year-old taking up shop.
Vader, we know
Taking
you're
up
not a
shop on
bad
my couch.
person.
3:37:36 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, that too. 3:37:46 p.m. 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is he going to Collins? 3:38:23 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, not tonight. 3:38:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, so do you plan on going out tonight? 3:39:01 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, I don't know. 3:39:17 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, you're like jonesing to drink, so go. 3:39:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, after how this morning went down, I don't think I need to be back over there with you. Get frustrated at how I am with the kids. Has nothing to do with drinking. 3:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I am paranoid now that everything I do with them is problematic. So rather see you for a minute without it, kids around. 3:40:24 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what's your plan at 4:47:16 p.m. on the 28th?
Vader, I do agree. Eliza Little did an amazing job. She didn't get as much attention, but she did do amazingly. And I was going to, I literally took a picture of 4 of them. As you guys know, I just now got my paid version of Canva. And so I've been playing around with it with the thumbnails the last few days. I took a picture of the 4 of them. I tried to turn the 4 of them into some fun cartoonish things for my thumbnail today, and it wasn't working. So I took one that I had made yesterday and kind of just played with that one because it was already afternoon and I was like, I need to get this up. So, but I'll definitely make one with all of them. Oh, Mark says, Vader, it's okay. There's no way you could be the worst person here since I'm here. Bad wouldn't even register by comparison. Oh, Morg. Hell, Morg, you're awesome. I'm honestly not. I truly want the best for the U.S. because it's the best for all of us. I just really, really wanted a better answer for that person recently. I hate that I failed. No, it's okay. You did not fail. No one fails. But don't worry. We're going to help you out. Because I'm going to find out who this person is, and I'm going to figure out the best comeback for you. And we'll take care of it. Don't worry. Hey, Dodo. How are you doing, sweetie? Want to learn to be bad? Join my program, says Morg. See? Join my Discord, Vader. Morg's in my Discord. He's got his own what do you call it? Section channel on my Discord. You guys Morg can teach you all that stuff. Hey, Cheryl. How are you? Vader says, pretty sure that's not true unless you use that mask for bad purposes. LOL. Even my masks wear masks. And there has been so much bad, unfortunately. And cat gifts. I like those. But you guys can do and say whatever you want in my Discord as long as you don't offend people, like in my Discord. Ugh, okay. Treat me like I'm 5 and tell me, is Discord an app or question mark? It is an app, and you can also sign into it on a computer. But the best way to go about it, the easiest way to use it, is on your phone or a tablet. Download the app and then email me, and I will send you the link. Oh, Cheryl's going to the gym. She can't stay. That's okay. Thanks for stopping by. And don't work out too hard, Cheryl, okay?
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, don't have one, 4:50:09 p.m. on the 28th. For John O'Keefe to the defendant, so still home, 4:26 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 4:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we just got home, waiting to see what Papa decides here, or else I have to get Patrick at 6. 4:45 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, 5:55 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so are you staying home or coming here? 5:23 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, waiting to see what you end up doing. I don't want to hang out at the house too much, like I said. 5:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think it's clear me around the kids. Excuse me. I think it's clear me around with the kids. Around is slowly killing our relationship, and our relationship is much more important to me. 5:16 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Well, there's a blizzard coming, so we'll be inside all weekend. 5:19 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. It will be over by noon tomorrow. 5:44 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Don't think so. 5:27 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe. I don't want to keep having this constant conflict of the dynamic of the four of us. The harder I try, the more it kills our relationship as a couple. It feels like utter shit to be in that position.
Yeah, Darth Vader, I use the Chromebook too. So you can sign into Discord on through like your Google Chrome on the internet, or you can download the Discord app onto your Chromebook. Either one.
Rather just meet you all for drinks when you figure out what your night looks like. 5:45 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Well, I have no idea what's going on, so do what you want. 5:34 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Need to figure out what everyone here is doing. All I know now is Madeline is coming over. No clue about Patrick yet, or if Papa is planning on hanging for a few more hours. 5:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Okay, well, when you know the story, and if you want me to come up, let me know. 5:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. No, Karen, you decide what you want to do. 5:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I know your heart isn't in this anymore. I felt it for a while, and especially lately. I'm willing to try more, but not if you approaching the point of indifference. If you want me to come up and you can head out for a while, then say so when you know what your father is doing. 5:23 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. You come up and I head out. Really? Emoji. 5:48.
That's why I love it, Lord.
John O'Keefe to the defendant. I've told you already. I don't bounce back as quickly as you do after we have a battle. 5:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. No, head out together with an emoji. 5:49 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or meet out. 5:54 on the 20th. John O'Keefe to the defendant. Gonna send Patrick to Collins tonight. They're picking him up around 7. Mike may hang out too when he brings Matt over. So why don't you just come over? 5:42 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. Mike doesn't want to go out for a bit. 5:20 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I would like to, in a shit day from the jump. 5:33 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. Probably 5:39 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. I just got sober an hour ago. 5:56 p.m.
about going down to Baker.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe. I'll text you. Hang with Mike for a few. I don't need to butt in. Text me if/when you think you may head out. 5:25, 12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, can you send me Tim Zoll's contact info, please? 5:26:38 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I paid the last bill, 5:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you didn't have to do that, thanks. 5:27:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, are you really not going to accept my
Hold on,
friend
I'm gonna
request?
pause. Hold on.
5:32:33.
So Hippie, Moni G and I, neither one of us can afford to like do the actual Dollywood. So we're gonna just drive down and for the meet and greet just so we can meet everybody and stuff. I wish I could afford it, but as you guys know, I have enough financial issues going on as it is, and it's not till June. So the two of us figured we can get down there with gas money, get a hotel for one night, and at least meet everybody. But yeah, if you're gonna go, let us know. If I say yes to you after saying no to Zach, it might start a revolt. Oh, you can't do Dollywood either? Yeah, I think a lot of us have the same feeling because it's really expensive. Yeah. I same thing. I don't even know with my fake hips. I don't think I can go on rides anymore. I've never even asked. Like I it's like the last thing I would think about asking. Yeah, we do. That's what I'm saying. If you decide you're going to go or want to go, let me know for sure. The best way is to split it up in as many ways as we can. That's awesome. Dollywood is far for me, and I would have to take my dog, so I'm just not sure I can do it. Aw, I know someone else too. Same thing. They take their dog everywhere, and they wouldn't. Yeah, they have the same issues. I understand that. See, it's an 8-hour drive for me and Moni G, so it's not too bad. Someone, I saw that, Terry. Terry asked, what's Discord? And we all know Terry knows what Discord is. I might need bail money. Okay, Darvader, you need to tell me who this person is. Zach will get over it. 100%. I'm headed down to the NCAA game. Go Illinois. That'll be fun. I will get with you. It's 6 hours for me. All right. Yeah, sweet. Let me know. 8 hours? Pish off. That's a day trip. Yep, exactly. Oh, Maylin, that's a 4th. Yeah, well, let's chat about it. We'll talk about it for sure. Darvader, are you on X? Oh, Hippie knows who it is? I don't know who the fuck it is. Are people being assholes? I hate when people are assholes. Especially to sweet people like Darvader. Come on now. Who is Terry? Never heard of him. Is he a friend of Cheese's? It's someone who someone else always asks what the weather is. Someone who someone else always asks what the weather is. I don't know that one. Shit. Now I'm going to have to go back. I'll figure it out because now I can go back to his chat and figure it out. But we got to stop talking about it in case someone just hops in my chat and it's like, oh, she's talking shit. That's the last thing we need, right? Did your parents allow you to chat anymore? Terry just wants cheese. Everybody, send Terry some cheese in the chat fridge, okay? Let me think of another hint. Okay. I think we should carpool. Pick me and Malin up. Yeah, I have to see how far you like, because we're on the it's straight down. It's a straight shot down from where we are pretty much. So we'd end up going like 6 hours out of our way if we had to go that way. I don't know. Let me look it up. We'll chat about it. We'll definitely figure something out, you guys. It'll definitely be fun to do that. You said the other day you wasn't allowed to voice chat. It's someone with a pool. I only know one person that talks about a pool, and they're not in Baker's chat. Does their name start with an S? Oh, okay, never mind. I know. Oh, okay. What up, Katie D? Yeah, Katie, you want to go with us? That's 5 people. Wow, I just turned Moni G and me into 5 people. I think her car, she's got an SUV, and I think it will only hold 4. Because it's got the 2 back seats. Yeah, I figured that out, Moni G. I just saw. Oh, is Moni G even in my chat? She just texted me. I'm like talking to her like she's here. Yeah, I know who it is. Oh, Morg, you added the S person to your enemies. Yeah, because they treated Darth Vader like crap. I'm so upset. I know someone in Ohio. I would need to stop for 14 seconds. Would you need bail money? I just go straight south myself. I just get anxiety driving. Yeah, I mean, I love driving, but I don't have a car anymore. I got rid of it because it was too expensive. And since I work from home, there's no point in having a car at this point. The pool gave it away for you. Sorry. Like I'm clueless when it comes to that stuff. Heading down to watch Illinois win in about 45 minutes. Well, good luck. TFC, I thought Moni G had blocked me too. What? Moni G didn't block nobody. Yeah, you're tiny, you can fit in the trunk. Well, I'll have to ask Moni G what she feels about putting you in the trunk. For fuck's sake, you messed me up. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. If Moni G blocks me, I'm done with YouTube. Wait. S person? Who dat? Who dat? Wait. Nope. The 14 seconds would be pleasure only. Oh, okay. No bail money. Got you. Hey, that works. So he's yeah. See, my mind went right in the gutter again. Sorry. I'll be thinking of you. Now picturing Maylin getting free entry into a drive-in. That's too funny. I wish they still had drive-ins. My mom used to take me and my brother to drive-ins in her hatchback Escort when we were little. And she would park backwards. So she'd just lift up the the hatchback so she could push the back seats down. We'd get in the back seat with our we could lay down with our sleeping bags and then watch through the back window. It was so cool. We'd have so much fun. Moni G isn't here, so she must be texting you. Otherwise, she's another who blocked me. No, she's not here yet. Oh, there she is. I knew she was here. She had to have heard me because she texted me to something I said on here. And then I started talking to her like she was here. Like, wow, I just confused myself. So yeah, just forget it. I'm getting ready to hike. I would never, Vader. See, she will never block you. Ever, ever, ever. I told you she was here. Ohio Stop would be a wrestler I once knew. Then bail money would be S. Got you. Moni J. But 14 seconds? That's it? It's not even worth the stop. Apparently a fast shooter. Melin, maybe we could go together. I might be able to get you. I will look into it. I need to see if I can get them time off work first. Yeah, we need to talk about this because there's got to be a way to make it work for all of us. And Moni G, I don't have my spec on, so my typing is worse than usual. You're all good, but Moni G, how many people fit in your SUV? 4 or 6? You have one drive-in? There's one still, like with the one that we used to go to when we were little. I think it's still there, but it's really bad now. Like you wouldn't want to go there. It's in a really bad area. You have drive-ins there. The one we love the most just opened for the season, but there aren't showing anything we want to see. It's $20 a car, up to 6 people. Hey, that's not bad. I mean, 14 seconds, pretty sure that's the average. It just doesn't seem worth the time. But that's just me. 14 seconds, that's a powerful O. Ford, yes, that's the one, KDD, Ford and Wyoming. So says fuck. I keep forgetting you guys actually know what I'm talking about sometimes. That's the one. I'm not saying that out loud. Once again, here I am making plans to meet people out of state without telling honey. Hee hee. Hey, that's okay. I figured that's what you meant. Your hubby. Honey, hubby, all the same thing. Oh, that's right. He's still a virgin, so he might only be like 4 seconds instead of 14. But don't tell him I said that. Four to 5 possible. I'll catch you if you're still here on my way back. Okay, sweetie. Have a good hike. It's so nice out today. It finally stopped raining, so at least over here it did. What does your husband think of that? I feel like my husband would think I'm absolutely losing it. Uh-oh. After the first time, he won't be. I have high hopes. You guys. Oh, I love it. You guys crack me up all the time. Cue the Panic at the Disco references. All right, let's get back into it. I could sit here and read your guys' chat all day long. Oh, speaking of, one day when I get monetized, hopefully, I'm gonna do when I can do members only and stuff. I'm gonna do like my very first one is gonna be like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna keep it a secret because I'm having fun planning stuff. So I may not even do like a members only. I might just do it for everyone. But anyways, keep it a secret for now. You guys will just have to stay tuned. You're still humorous, you. All right, here we go.
PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji on what? FB 5:33:01 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, we've been going out for 2 years. 5:33:20 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I haven't gone on. You defunded me over a year ago, I believe. 5:33:48 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Kelly texted that they're headed out in a bit. 6:05:29 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, okay. 6:14:55 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, she's going to let me know where. 6:17:51 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going to meet them. 6:18:12 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just presenting it as an option. Wouldn't mind hanging out with them for a drink. 6:19 PM on the 28th.
All right, Terry. Then I'm going to tell you right now. That's right. We're not going to. I was planning something anyways. Like I had mentioned with the members only, and I'm not going to be monetized for a while. Let's face it. So, but I was planning something anyway. But it's still a surprise. And trust me when I tell you that I get the not being able to do members only. So I will definitely say right now that I will not make it members only. And that I truly hope that you guys will all come because I think it's a fun idea. I think you guys will have fun as well as I. So just stay tuned for that in the coming, probably in a couple weeks. If everything works out the way I'm planning. Zach, what's up? Then you took him to meet Dean. That's right. He was your emotional support for that visit. Oh, that's right. If you're a moderator, that's right. You can do members only, right? But we're going to have some fun either way. I promise you. And Terry, you will always be a moderator for me. Finished your homework? Got a crayon? Hey, we're not crazy. Zach's crazy. And a stalker.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, is Mike over? 6:27:26 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, yes. 6:29:45 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, sounds you're like good with getting together tonight. 6:31:32 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, was hoping after this morning you'd be interested in smoothing things over with me. 6:32:24 PM on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, told you to come over, but you insisted on meeting me out somewhere. 6:33:44 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, Mike is a little off with me for a while now. I've said that multiple times. 6:34:34 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to Karen, the defendant, time to get over it, Karen. He's fine. He was fine the other night when he came by. 6:38:09 PM on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yeah, wouldn't mind hanging out with other people, like another female too. 6:39:09 PM on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, where are you meeting them? 6:39, 28 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't have plans with them. She just said they're headed out in a bit and will text when they land somewhere. 6:39, 52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe,
What's
if you want to
your
go out with
guys'
Mike Solo, that's
birthday?
fine. Just let me know.
Maybe you're a Gemini.
6:40,
I
17
can't remember
p.m.
your
on the
birthday.
28th.
Because my son's a
From
Gemini.
John O'Keefe to the defendant, I already told you what you should do. I'm not going to keep doing this. 6:41:07 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe,
Are you
I asked
talking about
to let
Chelsea
me know
Hamburg?
if you guys are going to head out. I haven't been out for drinks this week and had a shit week and a shit day. And I dread Kaylee or Pat is going to get chatty with me the second I walk in, and that is going to irritate you. 6:43:21 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Pat is leaving. Kay is with Mad Cam. 6:44:02 p.m.
I don't
on the
can't
28th.
either. I burn and then
John O'Keefe to
I
the
got a
defendant, I'll
story
text
for
Chris
you.
then. 6:46.
You want to talk about being white as a ghost, okay? I went to Jamaica for my honeymoon. Can anybody guess the nickname that the locals gave me down there? The people that worked at the all-inclusive resort we went to for my honeymoon? Oh, they gave me a nickname, all right. Can anyone guess what it is? Danny, what's up? I used to love Chelsea Handler when she had her show on E! I so enjoyed that. Lobster? No. Ghost? Nope. Close. Ghost is more like it. Hail the Rat Lord. Xmas past. Think ghost. Ghost is a clue. The word has two oh my god, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh my god. Why can't I am so tired. I can't even think of words today. Like I literally can't think. But it's a movie, and the movie has Christina Ricci in it. Phantom? Nope. Close. You guys are on the right track, but it's a movie, an older movie, and it was a cartoon. Ghost is a clue, and Christina Ricci was in the movie. One of you can get this. Come on. I see that. A bunch of Geminis in my chat. Yay! Happy Chick got it. Casper. That is what they called me on my honeymoon. All the locals down in Jamaica called me fucking Casper, okay? Because I was white as a ghost compared to everyone else down there. Holy moly. They thought it was hilarious. Whatever, Zach. Oh boy, oh boy. I did not say that. You think that's what she said? That's what she said. Sorry. I was thinking lobster because you get burned. Yeah, that's a good one. I didn't even think of it. I realized it after I said that. I'm like, lobster, but I get it. Red, burnt, yeah. But this was like before I even was in the sun. I mean, for days. Because it takes, unless I like lay out in the sun all day, I like barely get pink. So when I do lay out in the sun, I just burn. And then once that goes away, I'm just as white as I was before. Yep. We're doing a quiz show now. Morg, where you been? Megan, I'm so pale. I glow in the dark. Yeah, I mean, everybody's birthday is like within a couple days of each other, you guys. You need to like have a big, huge birthday party. I feel so left out. Although, when I joined Danny's Discord, I did find a bunch of Pisces in there along with me. Us Pisces are very emotional, though. Can't be helped. No blubbering today, though, Zach. See? I'm doing good. Janine, too? Holy moly. How many is that now? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Janine's is the 22nd. That's how my family is in the end of May. I have, there's someone that's May 22nd, May 25th, May 26th, May 30th. It's 4 in 1 week. Yeah, I haven't figured out how to do that. The virtual juror has something set up in her Discord. It's like a bot that you can set up to automatically alert birthdays. I have no clue how to use it. May 4th and 18th. Oh, your kids' birthdays are close together too, huh? That means you were getting it on at the same time every year. Sorry. My mind's been in the gutter all day. Sorry, hippie. And one on June 24th. See, like I said. All right, guys. Let's get through the text messages as we continue to talk about birthdays. This is fun. Thanks, you guys, so much for being here.
6:44 p.m.
As we continue to watch Guarino awkwardly read these text messages.
John O'Keefe to the defendant. We're headed out shortly. What's your plan, Karen? 7:06 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, do you want to join? Do you want me to join or no? 7:06:37 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant. Yes, wasn't sure if you were meeting the Currans. 7:07:04 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, they are not out drinking yet. 7:07:40 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, where are you headed? 7:09:22 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, trying to decide maybe McCarthy's. 7:14:48 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay then, let me know where you decide. I'm still down in Enfield. 7:21:50 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, text me when you leave. Still waiting on McKinney's.
Okay, have a
7:22:28
great
p.m.
time at the game.
on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'm having issues with my hot water, so had to text someone to take a look. 7:24:11 p.m.
That's a good one, Morg. I'm going to steal that.
John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, you're trying to piss me off. 7:25:35 on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, hope your plumber buddy that you texted is hot. 7:26:24 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, nope, my shower only got lukewarm and now my sink won't run hot at all. The plumber I used to use is right down the road. 7:26:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I turned that temp thing in the basement all the way up. 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, check the hot water heater and see if it's leaking. 7:26:52 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant to John O'Keefe, it's not. 7:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't do that. 7:27:01 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, is the pilot lit? 7:27:08 p.m.
I saw you.
on the
I
28th.
saw it, Darth Vader. You got it. I understand.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I was trying to get my shower hot. 7:27:12 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 7:27:14 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, don't turn it up. Don't turn it all the way up. 7:27:26 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, it will burn out. 7:27:32 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I had this issue twice before and it wasn't a disaster. I just can't remember what the cause was. 7:27:41 on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, just turn it back to where it was and get over here. 7:28:08 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't want to come home in a blizzard and then really be up shit creek. 7:28:53 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, so you're going home tonight. 7:29:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, or tomorrow or whenever. I've had a chill all day since my shower. 7:29:45 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, it's going to snow all day tomorrow. No driving. 7:30:05 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're headed to McCarthy's. 7:41:29 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, let me know if you end up leaving. 7:41:57 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, why? Now you're not coming. 7:42:27 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John.
Really quick, Maylin, if you're still here, can you drop my Gibson Go in the link or Gibson Go link in the chat? Just if anyone, as my daily ask, if you could share this link around, it would be greatly appreciated. Any help is extremely appreciated. And I love you all just for being here and helping me expand my channel. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you all.
O'Keefe, I'm waiting for the plumber. I actually think he's in the driveway. 7:42:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, we're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about
7:43:10 p.m. on the 28th.
I always forget this stuff.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not going home after. 7:43:27 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, 8 o'clock on a Friday, emoji. 7:43:31 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you may have to get Michael. 7:43:46 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, you have a plumber coming over at 8. Knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck. 7:44:36 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I have always told you I will not put either of you out of your way the way everyone else in your life does. I knew it wasn't working right when you were at the doctor's with Kaylee, and I knew neither of you could get here. And this guy, Richie, fixed it last time, whatever it was. He was supposed to be here at 5, 7:48:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defense to John O'Keefe, if it's not a quick fix, I'll tell him to forget it. 7:48:20 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, if you need a new water heater, don't let him do it. 7:55:04 p.m. on the 28th. The defendant, from the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's here now. If it's not quick, I'm not doing it. I just want to make sure nothing is wrong / will go wrong with when I'm not home. 7:55:44 on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he's not a scammer. Half the quick stuff he doesn't even charge me for. 7:56:06 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, we just put the toilet seats on crooked. 7:56:28 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe, the defendant, status 8:09:02 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, still here with an emoji. 8:09:18 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, said he's got to go to HD and probably be back mañana. 8:23:56 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, so 8:24:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, an emoji. 8:25:02 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, just trying to figure out if I need to be here. 8:25:51 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, what does it need? 8:26:01 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I don't know. He showed me some pieces that was all rusted. an emoji. I don't understand half this stuff. 8:26:42 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant on the water heater, 8:26:59 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, yes, 8:27:08 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, tell him to leave it. I'll take care of it Sunday or Monday, 8:28:30 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, no, it's okay. I can either meet him here or just shut off the alarm, 8:28:52 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, he used to work here while I was at work, 8:29:02 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, does he realize it will be whiteout conditions tomorrow a.m.? 8:29:32 p.m. on the 28th.
Oh my God, Katie.
From the defendant to John O'Keefe.
You've never seen Super Troopers? Oh my God, you're going to love it. I couldn't wait for Super Troopers 2 to come out, dude. It took forever for that movie to come out, and it was so good. If anybody wants a funny movie to watch, watch Super Troopers.
He lives right down the road, 8:29:47 p.m. on the 28th.
From that movie all the time.
From John O'Keefe to the defendant, Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Can't drive, 8:30:19 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, okay, well, if he can't, he can't. 8:30:36 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'll do it Monday, 8:30:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I better not still have this problem on Monday, 8:31:22 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, you plan on being there, 8:31:43 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I too know I can take a hot shower here if I need to, 8:32:14 p.m. on the 28th. Figured you'd be, from John O'Keefe to the defendant, figured you'd be in Canton until Monday, 8:32:32 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing, 8:32:54 p.m. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it, 8:33:16 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, you said so yourself for probably a year now, 8:33:52 p.m. on the 28th. John O'Keefe to the defendant, blizzard tomorrow, nobody is going anywhere, 8:33:56 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early a.m., 8:35:14 p.m. on the 28th. From the defendant to John O'Keefe, I'll head up there in a few minutes. Let me know if you leave, 8:35:26 p.m. on the 28th. From John O'Keefe to the defendant, an emoji, he says sure, 8:35:34 p.m. on the 28th. And that was the last of them.
We're almost done, sir.
And you can feel free to stand.
Thank you, Mark.
So that presentation is a compilation of text messages and phone calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant on 0/28/2022.
Yes, that was.
Aside from that compilation, are there other text messages and phone calls that you've reviewed between John O'Keefe and the defendant that evening, January 28, 2002, going into past midnight, January 29, 2022?
Yes, there's more text messages.
And those text messages and phone calls, are they a separate compilation from this?
Yes, that's correct.
So at this time, I'd ask us to release Trooper Guarino, and we call him at a later date.
Yes. There's no objection, Mr. Lessie, correct?
No objection, subject to permission.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Trooper. We'll see you another time.
Thank you, Ron.
Is this the time for me to see counsel at sidebar? Okay. Yes.
So I'm going to introduce exhibits or clips 7 through 11. With the court's permission, could I begin with?
Larry, you're not
Clip
getting
7.
blocked
Yes.
or ignored here. I promise you that.
Probably about 4. And not 4 that I completed either. I didn't drink in the morning until 6 at the morning.
And 4 times you built 9 to drive?
Yep.
Clip 8, please.
And it's the number of intoxication pretty hard with everybody. It's heavy. It's 0.
I wouldn't say, I have like a normal amount. Was it like about a time every 40 minutes?
Okay. And so are you feeling like buzz? And I'm not judging, I'm just trying to.
Yeah, buzz.
Yeah.
Clip 9, please.
a million takes, probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime. Not that I needed to be in our tea, but it might have had a splash of vodka in it. So I said, John, this drink tastes like it has no vodka in it. He said, just get that shit and mix it yourself. So each drink was being counted as a double. So I would get a vodka tonic and then pour shot into it, so that comes too. But frankly, it just felt like a regular cocktail. It was just a really weak pour. So I asked for a shot. So for my taste, it just tasted like that's the normal strength of what a drink should be. So I had maybe 2 or 3 that are being counted as 4 and 6. And I don't know. I felt fine. I felt like I was buzzed. And then there was one drink, the last one that was given to me, which I would have counted as 3, but they're counting as my 6th cocktail. The guys that we were with brought around shots, and me, one that I didn't drink, but I poured in my drink. So that's now my 5th and 6th drinks, with the 7th, which is the shot that all the men did, and I poured it. So that one glass that I'm holding, that I go into the waterfall with, has 3 drinks in it, a vodka tonic and 2 shots. And which is why John said to me, you're not leaving that drink here, like you haven't touched it and just poured a bunch of vodka, like just take it with you, which was something he always did. So then I go into waterfall, and I put that drink down and I would socialize most of the time. So that would have been my 5th, 6th, and 7th drinks. Then John orders me a drink, the waterfall that I don't drink, that he takes with him. And then there was a round of shots that Chris Howard bought that I did take. So that would have been the night. But I did not consume 9 vodka martinis or take 9 shots, depending on how you count it. And the last 2 drinks I didn't touch.
Clip 10, please.
And I'm not as clear as I would be if I hadn't been drinking. I mean, I had drinks, so, and that led me to question, like, could I have been, like, Barbara's foot or hit him in the knee? Did I incapacitate him? I mean, I always drive with my music blasting ever since I was 16, and I know when John got out of the car to go into Fairview, I know my car was blasting because when I got in it the next morning to look for him, I had to immediately turn it down. And I don't know, it's strong on how many cocktails. I didn't black out, but I wasn't as lucid as I would have been if I had gone to bed at 9 and drank a tea. But so I was fuzzier than I would have been if I had no alcohol.
Clip 11, please.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see it on the videos. And I was going, when I had a few drinks and I drive, I lose for extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving. But I know that I was driving. I know I wasn't driving recklessly. We've got plenty of video of myself driving all over the place. I put my car in John's garage, which is incredibly narrow, and I had a very oversized SUV. You see me. There's a video of me driving through the intersection when we leave Waterfall to go to Brian Albert's, and I was always taught by my father, even when you have a green light, you always should tap the brake. You don't know who's going to run red. And I see me doing that multiple times between 12 and 1 and 5 and 6 a.m. So I know I was driving safely, not as safely or as alert as I would be if I had no alcohol. I was not driving recklessly by any measure.
Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
All right, so let me get to. Oh yeah, this
Good morning,
I
Doctor.
wanted to watch.
Good morning.
This is Garrey
All right, Mr.
Faller,
Lally, whenever you're ready.
pathologist from the
Good morning,
hospital.
sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Dr. Garrey Faller, F as in Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And what is your occupation?
You guys are
I am
cracking me
a
up.
physician pathologist.
And where do you work?
I work currently at Signature Healthcare in Brockton.
And how long have you worked at Signature and in what capacity, sir?
Signature, I started probably 6 months. I took a new job 6 months ago. I've been, I am the chief of pathology and the laboratory medical director at Signature.
And where did you work prior to your work at Signature about 6 months ago?
Prior to that, I was at Good Samaritan Medical Center in the same capacity
And how long did you work at Good Samaritan for?
since 2015, late 2015.
And did you work in any capacity similar to that prior to working at Good Samaritan?
Prior to Good Samaritan, I worked at the Kearney Hospital, which is in Dorchester. Started that job in 1996. So I stayed on staff at Kearney Hospital up until actually closed 6 months ago. So I've been on staff at Kearney for quite a long time.
Where did you go to school and what degrees did you receive?
I went to college at Tufts University in Medford, graduated in '87. From there, I went to Tufts Medical School and graduated in 1991.
Damn it.
Following your graduation, where did you go from there?
We'll get there.
After
Don't worry.
medical school, I did a residency at Tufts Medical Center in 1991 to 1996.
And then where did you go following your residency?
And right from residency, I started my first job was at Kearney Hospital, which I previously mentioned. So 1996.
And doctor, are you board certified?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
And what is a board certification?
Board certification is something we need to show that we are actually qualified to perform our the job that we need to do both in anatomic and clinical pathology. It's a written exam that we take and we need to pass to demonstrate that we're competent and know what we're doing.
First, in just general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is pathology?
Pathology is, well, there are two basic branches of pathology: anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is basically, an anatomic pathologist is a physician or MD or a DO trained to make diagnoses on patients via looking at tissue biopsies, organs, tissue fluids, and we're also trained in autopsy pathology as well. So basically, an anatomic pathologist, we look at tissues via glass slides. Slides are made, and we every day make the diagnosis of, somebody has a cancer or somebody doesn't have a cancer, benign. Look at colon polyps, breast biopsies, pretty much anything that comes out of the operating room or a physician's office, and any sort of biopsy. Clinical pathology, on the other hand, is basically a clinical pathologist is a physician, an MD or DO, who specializes in the clinical lab, which basically is any fluid specimen, including blood specimens. When you go to the hospital and you have your blood test and it gets sent to the lab, the clinical pathologist is ultimately responsible for the quality of your lab tests and quality, and basically that's it.
And so the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, did that cover the date of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And again, what was your title and what was your job at Good Samaritan in the month of January 2022?
I was the chief of pathology at the time and laboratory medical director.
And what did you do as a laboratory medical director?
Laboratory medical director, basically, the laboratory medical director is responsible for the ultimate quality of any, either whether it's a biopsy, somebody's biopsy, or lab result. The laboratory medical director has to make sure that the final result is of excellent quality. So there are many different things that we need to make sure that things that are in place, as far as need to make sure we have the correct amount of workers. You want to have enough workers. You want to make sure they're competent. So as many, there are policies for competency for all the lab techs and phlebotomists and even pathologists. So basically, the laboratory medical director, if something goes wrong, it's ultimately his or her fault.
And the lab at Good Samaritan, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by what body?
We are accredited, or Good Samaritan is accredited by the, we call it the CAP. It's a College of American Pathologists. They are considered the preeminent accrediting body for hospitals. They've been around for probably 70 plus years or so.
What is accreditation? What does that mean?
Accreditation is basically something that says that your laboratory is following guidelines and providing excellent quality. To be accredited, with the CAP, every 2 years we have a laboratory inspection. They don't tell you when they're coming. They will give you a 3-month window, and they'll come and inspect you to make sure we have a good quality lab. Each section of the lab, pathology, the clinical lab, microbiology, chemistry, hematology, the CAP has a checklist with numerous requirements that one needs to fulfill. There are probably over 3,000 items that they look at.
And was your laboratory, Good Samaritan, was the accreditation up to date on January 29, 2022?
We were accredited, still are.
Now, in Good Samaritan Medical Center, when a blood test is ordered, what types of things is the lab testing for?
I think the most common tests that are performed when you go and you have your blood test is one is chemistry, a chemistry test where we sodium, potassium, chloride, glucose. We also a common test is a CBC or a complete blood count, where we look at your red blood cells and your white blood cells and your platelets. Those are the two most common tests.
And why is blood testing ordered in the course of medical treatment at a hospital?
When you're admitted to the hospital, usually you're sick, so the physician is usually a standard, ordering chemistry and CBC to see if there are any clues in those tests that could help the doctor take care of you. If they look at a BUN and creatinine, maybe if they're elevated, you could be dehydrated or have renal failure. If you look at liver function tests, maybe there's something wrong with your liver. So it's just a general, a good look at the patients to see if there are any clues that could help them.
And as far as the blood testing results are concerned, how does that assist either a doctor or a clinician in treatment and diagnosis?
Basically, what I just said. If there's nothing, if the results are normal, that sometimes helps too. Rules things out if they're normal. If they do a CBC and look at the hemoglobin and it's low and patient's anemic, maybe the patient might need a transfusion. So there are many different case scenarios where the results can help the provider, the clinician.
Now, with reference to alcohol, does the Good Samaritan Medical Center, do they also test alcohol within the blood?
Yes, we do.
And why would that assist medical treatment and diagnosis?
I think if a physician is wanting to know.
Have to address this because unfortunately I do forget. But it is what it is. Especially when I get engrossed in someone's testimony, I don't even realize I left one on the screen, okay? That's just me.
If somebody's been drinking or has alcohol in blood, or maybe not, maybe that patient has ingested maybe drugs of abuse. So they'll test for alcohol to see if it's positive. And if it is, then it helps confirm that the patient has been drinking.
Now, are there any policies and protocols at Good Samaritan Medical Center with reference to how blood is taken and how blood is tested?
Yes, we have numerous policies. We have one policy specifically for phlebotomists. Those are laboratory technicians who draw the blood. So we have a policy for them to explain exactly what they need to do. And also in the laboratory, we have numerous policies basically for any tests that we provide. And so we have a policy for alcohol testing as well.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm placing before you two sets of documents. Just ask you to review those generally when you finish. And do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what is contained within each of those two sets of documents?
Okay. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection. This is the policy that I was mentioning, specifically designed for our phlebotomist to detail the procedure of the blood draw. Basically goes through one of the most important parts of the process is correct patient identification, where we need to correctly identify the patient. We have the patient state his or her first and last name, state it out loud to make sure it matches which patient that we're trying to draw. And then we also match up the bracelet to the medical record number on the patient's bracelet. So one of the most important things is the correct patient identification. The rest of this policy goes on and just pretty much details what to do next, including finding the veins, cleaning the site. Also has some information on if there are any complications. So it's basically the entire process of the blood draw. The second one is our alcohol policy, which pretty much details in detail what goes on behind the scenes for an alcohol blood test in our hospital.
May I approach you, Daniel?
Yes.
Now, doctor, what types of precautions are in place at Good Samaritan with respect specifically to alcohol testing in blood? Or I should say taking the blood sample from the patient.
Yes, one of the major things we need to do with alcohol. Normally, when you have your blood test, they cleanse the area with a swab that contains alcohol. So in our policy is a specific statement that says, do not use alcohol swab because
pouring rain
potentially,
here now.
when you're drawing the blood, if you suck up some of that residual alcohol, you could cause a false positive. So we have in our policy, and every hospital should have the same policy where we use a swab, a swab that has no alcohol. We call them a moist towelette. That's what we refer them to. Also in the emergency room, my supervisor pretty much removed probably 95% of all the alcohol swabs. So just in case a phlebotomist forgets to not use an alcohol swab, they are hard to find. We need to keep a few there because we need to use alcohol wipes on certain tests like blood cultures and stuff like that. So
when were the alcohol swabs removed from the emergency department?
It was before my time.
Fair to say prior to January 29th, 2022?
Correct.
What is a phlebotomist and what do they do?
So a phlebotomist is a healthcare professional who specializes in drawing blood. So they're the ones who are trained, competent, and know what to do when they draw a patient's blood.
What kind of training do phlebotomists receive at Good Samaritan?
We try to hire phlebotomists who have been trained. It's just easier. So they can have a high school background, but if we train on site, they just need to be trained on the proper protocol, proper procedures, and demonstrate competency.
Is there any sort of proficiency testing related to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan?
There's no proficiency testing for phlebotomists, but there's competency assessments. So with phlebotomists or any laboratory technician or even pathologists, there are strict guidelines for competency. We have to always make sure people know what they're doing, and it's a CLIA or a federal government regulation or requirement. So when anybody first starts in a hospital, the requirements are one, initial training. You can't let anybody come in on their own, without not knowing what they're doing. So we have to document that they have the initial training and they're competent. And then the law says 6 months from that, we do another competency assessment where we look at 6 elements of competency defined by CLIA. And 6 months from that, 1 year from the start date, is another competency. And then after that, it's annual thereafter. And that goes for phlebotomists, and that goes for any laboratory technician.
Doctor, once the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, what happens then?
So the phlebotomist will draw it at the time. They need to have the specimens labeled in the patient's room because you don't want the phlebotomist to mislabel. So everything gets labeled at the patient's bedside with an initialed and with a phlebotomist initial and date and time. That blood test will then be sent to the lab. In this case, the blood was drawn in the emergency room. So it gets packaged into a plastic bag and sent in a pneumatic tube up to the laboratory.
And once it's sent to the laboratory, what happens with the sample from there?
Once we receive it, it's called receiving the specimen. There will be a technician who then goes into the computer, enters the phlebotomist's name from the tube into the computer system, enters the time, and the technologist will look and see what was ordered, and then do the appropriate next step based on what was ordered.
And in a case in which alcohol is one of the items that are ordered, what is the next step as far as the testing goes?
So the next step with alcohol testing, we use a specific tube, so the phlebotomist would know what tube to use. It would be a light green tube that has lithium heparin in it. It's an anticoagulant. We don't want the blood to clot, so that's why we use an anticoagulant. So the first step when testing for alcohol is that the test is designed to be performed on serum or plasma. And to get that, the next step would be to centrifuge the blood. A centrifuge is a machine that spins the blood rapidly. Spin it at around 3,300 RPMs, which is pretty fast, rotations per minute. And the reason why we spin it, because centrifugation will allow it to separate the blood components based on the density. So heavier stuff like the red blood cells will go to the bottom, and the lighter stuff like the watery component of the blood will go to the top, and some of the white cells go into the middle. But for alcohol testing, we are targeting the top part of the blood component, which would be plasma.
And then once it goes through the centrifuge process, what happens then?
So once it's centrifuged, we have the separation of the blood components. We have the plasma ready to be tested. So that technologist will walk the specimen over, it's probably 10 feet from there, and put it onto our Roche Cobas machine. That's our machine that performs our chemistries as well as alcohol testing. It goes onto a machine. All the testing is basically inside of a black box. And the label present on the blood tube will dictate what the Roche machine will test. So based on the barcode label, once it's on our machine, it knows what test to do, and it will perform an alcohol test.
And Dr. for our stenographer, do you know how to spell that Roche Cobas machine that you were just referencing?
So R-O-C-H-E, Roche, and Cobas, C-O-B-A-S.
Thank you, sir. May I approach on?
Yes.
Dr. Solomon, you know the series of documents. Again, look at that and look up. Do you recognize those records, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the medical records of Karen Reed.
And sir, is there an indication within those records as far as the date of treatment for Ms. Reed?
Yes, there's a bunch of dates in here.
As far as the treatment is concerned, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date of treatment?
Oh. 1/9/22.
Sorry, is that 29/22?
That's what it says on this. Admit date, it says 1/29/22.
Thank you, sir. That's fine. Doctor, if I could direct your attention further into the document to a previously tabbed portion, do you see any indication in there as far as a result for alcohol testing?
Yes, I do.
And with respect to that result, have you reviewed these records prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of the timeline from this blood sample as far as, let's start with first when it was ordered.
So when it was ordered, it was 9:03 in the morning.
And when was it taken, sir?
The blood test was taken 5 minutes later, so 9:08.
And then what happened, or what is the next time that something of any significance happened with it?
5 minutes from that, 9:13, we received it, and 9:53 in the morning, the result was entered into the computer. So it was ordered at 9:03, and I believe it was 9:53. The results were in the computer.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit as necessary.
Any objection, Ms. Little? All right, thank you.
And doctor, what was the result of the testing for alcohol in the defendant's blood when it was taken shortly after 9 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
Thanks. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Little?
Good afternoon, Dr. Faller.
Oh, good afternoon.
The Good Samaritan lab is a clinical lab, not a forensic lab. Is that right?
Correct.
And hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating an individual's blood alcohol concentration. Is that right?
I would say 99.9% of the time,
I would
we
take
are
you off
not
the
in the legal
carburetor if
business.
I
We
could.
are testing alcohol for the diagnosis of alcohol
But I don't have a
intoxication.
car.
But occasionally a case may come, very rare, to a hospital, and it ends up being a legal case. It's not common, I think uncommon.
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are conducted by law enforcement, right?
Yes,
The purpose of testing in a clinical setting is to assist the diagnosis and treatment of a patient, right?
correct.
And physicians need to analyze blood quickly. They need to get the results so they can see what's in the patient's system and then effectively and efficiently treat that patient, right?
Correct.
Whereas in a forensic setting, tests for blood alcohol concentration are designed to produce results that are reliable and credible for use in court, correct?
Correct.
You testified earlier today that your lab is accredited by CAP, which is the College of American Pathologists. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
But CAP is a clinical laboratory accreditation, not a forensic accreditation, right?
We don't have the forensic accreditation for Good Samaritan.
In fact, Good Samaritan has never been investigated or accredited by any forensic accreditation team to ensure that you perform all of your tests with the integrity necessary to support results in court. Nope.
We've never had the forensic accreditation, but we have very good quality lab results, which I could go into further.
But you've never been accredited by a forensic accreditation team, right?
Nope.
And the lab at Good Samaritan has never been accredited by the ANSI, which is the National Accreditation Board known as ANAB. Are you familiar with that organization?
No.
Are you aware that ANAB is the forensic accreditation body that in the United States that ensures that laboratories' procedures meet the minimum standards necessary to ensure results are reliable and credible for use in court?
Sustained.
Now, the most reliable method of forensic ethanol testing is called headspace gas chromatography, or HSGC. Are you familiar with that process?
Yes.
And HSGC is the method that's used by forensic labs to test for blood alcohol content, right?
Correct.
And that's because forensic tests require the testing of whole blood for the presence of alcohol, right?
Correct.
Can you briefly, just for the jury, describe sort of the difference between a whole blood test and a serum test?
Sure. So whole blood, to put it simply, when you have your blood drawn, you see the fluid coming out all red. That's whole blood. We don't do anything to it. We don't spin it down. We don't centrifuge it. That is whole blood. That is the specimen of choice for forensic blood ethanol testing. Hospitals, on the other hand, our methodology, which is just as good as the forensic headspace gas chromatography, is based on looking at the serum, or take the liquid portion off the top. So in the hospital, we test it on the serum or the plasma.
That is so boring.
Now, did you ask me the difference? You want me to go into the difference?
That's enough, Doctor. Thank you.
Okay,
I'll ask some additional questions
Okay.
to kind of clarify. In a forensic lab, they actually require the testing of whole blood, correct?
Correct.
And HSGC directly measures ethanol in the blood.
Correct.
And this method is designed to be accurate and reliable for forensic purposes for use in legal proceedings, correct?
Correct.
But the testing in this case was performed using the hospital's clinical chemistry machine instead of a forensically defensible method like HSGC, right?
Correct.
And that clinical chemistry machine performs what you just testified to, serum tests, right?
Serum or plasma.
Serum or plasma. And hospitals use serum or plasma testing because it's actually quicker and more efficient than HSGC, right?
Yes, it's less labor intensive. It's easy to automate, but at the same time, very, very good and very accurate.
But serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. It instead measures the presence of what's called NADH, right? Yes, I'll repeat that. That was my fault. Serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. Instead, it measures the presence of NADH. Is that right?
Almost. Correct.
Well, serum testing measures the presence of NADH, correct?
It measures the rate of change of NADH production, so it doesn't actually look at just NADH, and it measures the rate of production, and I can go into more detail on that. Alcohol testing in the lab is correct.
I'll ask you some additional
Okay,
questions
sure.
about NADH and we'll
Sure.
get there.
Yeah.
So you can do this now, but let the doctor answer his question fully. Next question.
He
Okay?
did answer it.
And the following
He just
questions.
wanted to keep talking.
Doctor, the higher the NADH in a patient's system, the higher the serum test result, correct?
That may not be correct, no. It's the rate of change of NADH production, and based on our methodology. I can go into that. So our
Oh
test
my
system
God.
is
I forgot how annoying he was.
a little bit different than the forensic testing system, but it's also very good and very accurate, and almost when we compare our methodology to the Headspace, we get the exact same results, and when we compare and with peer laboratory comparisons. But what we do is and I think the jury needs to know this, maybe some of you might understand the chemistry behind it, but we do we take the patient's sample, and it's based on we add.
That's so awesome. And that 199?
When there's alcohol in the specimen, we add, actually, in the test system, alcohol dehydrogenase. It's the same enzyme that's in the patient's body. In addition, we add a surplus of NAD to it.
Who's going to be
NAD
number
is similar to
200?
NADH. They get converted back and forth. So when we put it on our test system, it's alcohol dehydrogenase is in there. And what happens is when there's alcohol, it combines with NAD that we add to it. It creates NADH. And then in our machine, there's a spectrophotometer, which can monitor the rate of NADH production over baseline. And we use, there's something that measures, a photometer that measures the NADH production. It looks at light and this physics, and looks at 340 nanometers. And it's pretty accurate. It will monitor, it will tell you, it will tell the system how much NADH is produced, and that amount is directly proportional to the alcohol in the patient sample. So it's a very, very accurate test, but there are some limitations that I can go into.
So wait for another question.
Okay.
Next question, Ms. Little.
He's so
So serum
cute.
testing can be subject to errors, right? And there are limitations.
There are some limitations that I can explain, just like headspace gas chromatography may have some limitations too, but I can go into them.
Yeah,
What-
next question.
What are some of the limitations of
Of the
the serum testing?
Okay. So the serum test, as with many tests in the laboratory, different things can interfere with our laboratory tests, and the three most common ones, which are unlikely to affect ethanol testing, is we abbreviated HIL. We want to look at those three things. One is hemolysis, which is H, and the other one is I, icterus, which is high bilirubin, and the third is L for lipids. High lipids will interfere with alcohol testing and with any testing based on that same methodology. Our machine, the Rose Kobash machine, and all the machines out in the market today are very sophisticated. If we have elevated levels of any H or I or L, it will flag it and raise the potential for a problem. The next thing on the list is that our alcohol testing is not absolutely specific for ethanol. The two possible other alcohols that can cross-react, one is propanol and butanol. But then it goes clinical history. The patient ingests those two alcohols. And third is there's some unusual hematologic malignancies like Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia that can interfere. So it's always have to correlate with the clinical situation. The next one, sometimes there can be patients who make endogenous
Oh my
make
God,
their own
Bill,
alcohol. So
shut
very
up.
rarely some patients may truly have a positive result. That could be from our test or Headspace. They make their own, so we have to rule that out. It's a rare condition. And the next one is one that's in the literature, which is LDH and lactic acid. If a patient has a markedly elevated LDH or lactic acid, those one is an enzyme, and the other one is an acid, that can cause false positives. Now,
If I can stop you there, doctor, I think
Oh.
those are the four that you identified, the four limitations: the lactic acid, the
Yeah,
If I could just
Go
ask
ahead
you
and
a
ask
few
your
more-
next question.
If I could ask you a few more questions about LDH and lactic acid.
sure.
You're aware, Dr. Faller, of the medical literature establishing the presence of LDH and lactic acid can lead to falsely elevated serum readings, correct?
Correct.
And that's because lactic acid or LDH actually forms NADH.
Lactic acid, I'll have to go into a little bit of chemistry. Lactic acid and LDH, lactate dehydrogenase, they both act on each other. And LDH and lactic acid needs NAD plus to break it down. So in theory, when you're testing a serum, a plasma for blood alcohol, if there's extra LDH or high levels of LDH, high levels of lactic acid, you add it to the test system, and then Roche throws in, or Siemens throws in the NAD, it will form NADH. That was first documented, I think, back in the older versions of these ethanol testings back in the 1990s, when they stumbled on, they were looking for biomarkers or reasons in kids with SIDS, little babies, and they found that two of these babies had a positive alcohol. But
Doctor, if I could just ask the next question, if that's okay.
Sorry.
So in other words, NADH, studies have found, can actually be formed by certain biomechanical processes other than the process of alcohol, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that the National Institute of Health has found that liver diseases, kidney diseases, muscle injury, trauma, and even anemia are some of the health conditions that can lead to a rise in serum LDH levels?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Reed was severely anemic in January of 2022?
Sustained.
Are you aware that the medical literature has also found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
I'm going to allow that.
I haven't read anything specifically related to the NADH level, but but I want to go back to the point where our laboratory, our testing is not based. It's not.
Let him finish his answer.
It's not. It's the rate of change of NADH.
Answering
So if somebody has NADH on board, I believe, well, back to the anemia. I haven't read or heard of that.
That was stricken. That was
Okay.
one of that.
It all goes back to the lactic acid and the LDH. The NADH doesn't matter. So looking at multiple sclerosis patients, they can have elevated LDH and lactic acid, but it's not to the extent that it can interfere with the alcohol levels. There was a study maybe 7-10 years ago.
Your Honor, there's no question pending.
You asked him about a study, if he was aware of the studies.
I asked, and it's a yes or no question. And he's,
All right, Dr. Guarino, hold out there for you and ask the next question.
Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center of Healthy Brain Aging by the University of New South Wales? Which first 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Levels Through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center for Healthy Brain Aging by the School of Psychiatry at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia, which specifically found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls.
I'll strike the part of what the article held. Is he aware of the article?
No, I'm not, to be honest. No.
Dr. Faller, did you consider Ms. Reed's anemia and multiple sclerosis condition when you conducted the alcohol test on January 29, 2022?
No, we don't. No.
And again, serum tests like the ones conducted in this case don't test for ethanol. They only test for NADH, right?
We test for the rate of change of NADH production.
And Dr. You did a number of other tests on Ms. Reed on January 29, 2022. You tested for additional drugs, not just alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And all of those results were negative.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
Doctor, are you aware, I know your lab at Good Samaritan did not do this process, but are you aware through your training and experience of any sort of mathematical conversion that can be done from a serum reading in milligram per deciliter to a blood alcohol concentration of whole blood?
I'm going to allow it. The door is open.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I am aware. Yep.
And please describe what you're aware of with reference to that.
How could they open the door to this?
Well, with blood alcohol concentrates goes to when it's in your blood, it goes more to the watery components of your blood. So when I described the process earlier,
of this test.
whole blood is before we spin it, and when we test the plasma,
Because all I
which is
remember of his
specifically,
testimony was
testing
he wouldn't shut
the
up.
watery component. Now, people have done studies like how much percentage of water is a serum versus whole blood. Basically, to put it simple, there's a higher percentage of water in the serum versus whole blood. So a hospital result will always be a little bit higher than a test on whole blood. It can be, I think the ratio, the conversion factor is anywhere from 1.1 to 1.18. So it could be 18% or 11% higher in serum versus whole blood. But we don't do it. That's what I read. I will defer that to the experts.
Now, doctor, you were referencing in your cross-examination about a study that you were aware of about 10 years ago or so regarding MS and alcohol testing. Is that correct?
It was more on MS, looking at the results of lactic acid and LDH to see how high the levels of lactic acid can go in a group of multiple sclerosis patients. When reviewing that, we found that the range went from some normal range. 16% of the multiple sclerosis patients had normal lactic acids, but the remainder had elevated levels. But those levels were not anywhere near the required levels to produce a false positive. Our package inserts and for the Roche testing system, the Roche it's an FDA-approved test, and they have to do in-depth, detailed testing before they allow any hospital to do a test. And they have listed, levels of lactic acid beyond which the test would not be reliable. But the results, based on this study of 600 multiple sclerosis patients, 2 big centers in Italy and 1 in the Netherlands, showed that the highest level of lactic acid in the MS patients did not achieve, didn't get close. Usually patients with MS that are asymptomatic can have normal or low normal levels, and slightly elevated. It was the ones that had more symptoms that had elevated levels up to, I think the highest was 6.5 millimoles per deciliter, which is not high enough to interfere with our result.
Now, with respect to the lab at Good Samaritan Medical Center, the interference that you were speaking about earlier on cross-examination, what would happen if any of those types of interference were to occur during the course of the testing?
No, I'll allow it.
The 3 main ones, which I detailed earlier, is the hemolysis, icterus, and lipemia. Our machines are sophisticated. It will detect it and say, it will flag it and say, please do not result it, or we'll have a disclaimer saying, interpret this result with caution. The results may not be accurate. It hardly ever happens with alcohol testing. But if it did, we would get a result like that, and we probably wouldn't report it.
And did you notice any interference or any reports like that in her record?
No.
Now, the testing that you're doing at Good Samaritan is in relation to patients such as that might have cancer or heart disease or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were talking or started to speak on cross-examination about the good quality lab results that you have from your lab, and you wanted to go into that further. Could you please expound upon that for the jury now?
I didn't know that either.
We mentioned proficiency testing before. So all hospital laboratories accredited by the CAP or have to participate in proficiency testing. What that means is that every 3 times a year, and they give us 5 unknown samples. And we have to test it, report it back to CAP, which also reports back to the government. And we have to basically get the correct answers. And with alcohol testing, it's probably one of the best tests in the laboratory.
I would have skipped it had I remembered.
Right on the
Guy's
money
testimony, but for some
results.
reason I thought
But at the
there
same
was a
time,
better cross.
we're also able to look at results
But
of
now I
all the
remember
other labs
why
that
he was
participated in this proficiency testing.
memorable and
So we can
not
look at
memorable at the
different
same
methods.
time.
You can look at
Doesn't
labs that have
shut
the same
up.
method as us to see how we're doing. And usually with this proficiency testing, we have 3,000 labs across the nation that have the same methodology as us, so we can compare to them. And also, interestingly, we can see the labs that are using headspace gas chromatography. And out of interest, we can see, how do we compare? and we have exactly the same results on these proficiency testings. We also look at some statistics as well. Not going into them, but we can look at some stats like standard deviations and SDs. And actually, the hospitals with enzymatic testing have slightly better
Let me ask you
stats
one question.
compared
Not
to
20.
TouchBase. Pretty close, but a little bit better.
And doctor, from your review of the defendant's medical records and the blood testing in this case, was that done in conformity with the policies and protocols at Good Samaritan?
We have policies in place to be followed, and there's no reason not to think that somebody didn't follow policy.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else, Ms. Little?
No questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set, sir.
You're
Thank you.
all set. I can't help but say that when she does that. It drives me nuts. All right, so next we have I think it's an EMT, I think. Hold on. Yeah, firefighter Jason Becker.
Thank you.
EMT,
Good afternoon, sir.
in.
Good afternoon.
Could
I
you
hope
please
you have a
introduce
great
yourself to the-
birthday.
My name is Jason Becker.
How old are you?
I
I
totally
am 36 years
crashed
old.
after
Do you live in the
I
area?
was in your chat.
I do. I live in
for a few
Canton.
minutes.
Tell us a little bit about your education.
My education, high school and college UMass. And I went to EMT school over 10 years ago and paramedic school.
Tell me a little bit about EMT school. How old were you when you started EMT school?
I started EMT school roughly 21 years old.
Why did you decide to go to EMT school?
Wanted to save some lives.
The only good thing
Tell us a little
about
bit
that,
about EMT school.
Hold
What
on,
did it
let me-
require?
so I don't
EMT
talk over him. The only thing good about that last witness was that we didn't have to listen to Spanky's voice. I'm sorry, monotoned Lally is still way better than Spanky. Can't stand his voice. You've heard of Cliff Notes? Yeah, I have to look up Close Notes. That's funny. It should be the same thing, I would assume. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. You realized you hadn't heard a word he said in a half hour? Charlie Brown's teacher. I can't do the right rhythm, but yeah, that's about what it sounds like. Okay, Angie. You can hear him, but you're not listening. Yeah, bro. Keep up, Zach. Ah, Nicola. Hey. Ricola. That's every time I see your name, that's what I hear in my head. Sorry. But thanks for coming back, Nicola. We are getting into this Jason Becker, who I don't remember. See, I am like, now after watching trial 1, going back to trial 2, which I did watch start to finish, I can't remember most of this stuff. Like, it's crazy. Like, I don't remember him at all. Bye, Danny. I'll be in your chat later for a pregame. Does Massachusetts only have a 25-letter alphabet? I swear they never pronounce the R. No, they pronounce W's like R's and R's like W's. It's weird. Danny says, I'm sorry, Zach says, Danny, see you in an hour. Is he going live at 5? All right, we will be in your chat. You better get moving if we're going to make it to Rat House Media pregame. Let's go.
School is a couple months of classroom stuff, and then you do some ride time in the ambulance. Paramedic school is a little different. It's a little extended. 2 years worth of training. You're doing hospital, ER time, and ambulance time also.
How long did you serve as an EMT before you went to paramedic school?
I worked as an EMT for approximately 5 years.
Can you estimate how many dozens or hundreds of calls were on during that time?
Hundreds.
Why did you decide then to go get paramedic training?
Oh, I want to be on the fire department, and it was a prerequisite.
Did you complete paramedic school successfully?
I did.
Were you still working as an EMT at the time?
I was.
And inevitably, did you seek to have a different job? Did you try to be a firefighter?
I wanted to be a firefighter. Correct.
Were you successful in doing that?
I was.
Tell us a little bit about that, sir.
On the Canton Fire Department. So I got on the Canton Fire Department, and they sent me to the fire academy.
Hey,
And trained to be a
by the
firefighter.
way,
So you
hold
had
on.
EMT
Shut
training?
up, whoever you are. Sorry, I don't know his name. I keep forgetting it. Does anyone see Jeannie Lynn today? I just want to make sure she's okay, because normally I see her in a chat somewhere, or in my chat, or on Discord, and I haven't seen her this morning or today. I keep thinking it's morning. It's already 4 o'clock. Oh my God. You know what I mean. If anybody has talked to her, let me know.
Paramedic training and then firefighter training.
That's correct.
On the Canton Police Department, did you serve dual roles as a paramedic and as a firefighter?
Fire department?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Firefighter and as a paramedic.
You served as a firefighter and a paramedic.
Correct.
In the Canton Fire Department, does it have more than one station?
There is. There's two.
Nobody has. Hey, Steppo.
Is there one station that's larger or smaller than the other?
Station
I'm
one.
still waiting on the Windsor Bridge for my pizza and pancakes, okay? Just kidding. Haven't seen her today. Nobody's seen her today. The heck? I hope she's okay. Maybe she's just taking care of her father-in-law. You know, she does a lot for her family, so. All righty. Well, thank you guys for letting me know. Thank you guys for being here on Saturday afternoon with me. Truly appreciate it. We just got finished with Moron's testimony. So, yeah, this guy, I do not for the life of me remember him at all. So if he is as boring as the last one, we'll just skip through it because after him is Ian Whiffin. So let's get going. Oh, Brett House is at 5:45, everyone. So we got an hour and 45 minutes. Windsor Bridge. Oh boy. That's the point of contention between our countries? Yeah. That's where I go to go into Ontario. When I used to go to the bars and casino when I was 19, because you could go over the bridge and drink and gamble at 19. Not here. But over there you could. And at 19, I thought, that's fun. Let's do it. Yep. Thanks, Scott. All right. So we have 1 hour, 45 minutes. Awesome. Thank you guys. I love your rat suit. The one that you made off your picture, but with your rat suit face that you posted in Discord is so cool. If he wants to stop us from going, Matt, we'll just not go. But you're all welcome here. Yeah. All right, let's see what this asshole has to say.
Is the headquarters, which is larger.
Have you ever spent time at Station 1 as a firefighter or a paramedic?
Oh yeah, we rotate through both stations.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. Were you working that evening?
I was.
What station were you assigned to?
Canton Station 2.
Canton Fire Station 2?
Correct.
And that's the smaller of the two stations.
It is.
Were you working with anybody at Fire Station 2 that night?
My ambulance partner at the time was Firefighter Daniel Whitley.
Was there anybody else who was working at Fire Station 2 in addition to you and Dan Whitley?
Correct. There was an engine company with 3 guys on it.
3 people were assigned to the
The engine, correct.
Were you and Dan Whitley assigned as partners for the day, the week?
Correct. Yes, we were.
Which was it, the day or the week, sir?
The week.
So for the entire week, you're partners with a person, and does that rotate on other assignments?
It does. It rotates.
So on this particular week, you were assigned as partners with Dan Whitley.
I was.
What were your roles between the two of you?
Well, at the time, he was my preceptor. I was a new paramedic at the time. So I was more or less the lead tech on all the calls as part of my training. And Dan's been a paramedic for a long time. So he was there to teach me.
So would Dan Whitley be the lead on the call and he would help you?
I'd be the lead.
You'd be the lead.
Correct.
Did you get a call that early morning hours of January 29, 2022?
We did.
What was the call assigned for?
It was called for Section 12 psych eval.
Very briefly, can you tell us what a Section 12 is?
Sure. It's a transportation order filled out by police, doctor, basically for us on the ambulance that we have to take the patient, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, because they're a threat to themselves or someone else.
When you received the call for a Section 12, were you aware that there were other calls that Fire Station 1 had responded to that morning?
We were aware. You can hear the calls going out each station.
Were you or Dan Whitley any part of that earlier call that Fire Station 1 responded to before you got the call for the Section 12?
We were not.
So your efforts were after?
We were after, correct.
After you got the call to respond to Section 12, did you head towards
Wow.
Fairview Road?
We did.
Tell us a little bit about the trip to Fairview Road.
It was a little extended because of the weather conditions at the time. Snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
Doesn't start till
How long
10
did it take to get
o'clock.
from Fire Station 2 to Fairview Road?
Approximately 8 to 10 minutes.
Who drove?
Firefighter Whitley.
Now, on the way to Fairview Road, do you sit in the front of the ambulance?
We do.
Take us to when you arrived at Fairview Road. What do you see?
You see a bunch of police lights. Canton engine 3 was already on scene, so we parked behind them.
Did you have it, without talking about what you spoke about, did you have a chance to speak to anybody at the scene?
We briefly spoke to the Canton police, and they briefed us and sent us to where the defendant was at the time.
Why do you have a conversation with other first responders at the scene before you do anything?
They're making sure the scene is safe to begin with, and they're on scene first, so they have a little more info than what our dispatch would have.
After you had that debriefing with colleagues, were you directed to approach any certain person?
I was.
Where did you go?
I went to the defendant, who was sitting in a black SUV type car.
Were there other persons inside the car with the defendant?
From my understanding, it was one person in the driver's seat.
Colored
And what seat was the
defendant.
defendant in?
She was in the front passenger seat.
A
Did you have a
defendant.
chance to
who
speak to
went-
her?
I did.
Took her to
The
the
person you spoke to
hospital.
who's in the passenger seat of that
Doesn't
car,
have
did you see
a
that person
name.
in court today?
I do.
Could you point out and describe an article of clothing, please?
Miss Reed right there, she's in blue, navy blue.
How long was your conversation with the defendant while she was still seated inside the vehicle?
Approximately 5 to 8 minutes.
At some point, did you and the defendant move to another location?
We did.
Where did you go?
So we went back in the ambulance.
After having a conversation with her, was she cooperative going back to the ambulance with you?
She was.
And did you ask her to be seated in the ambulance?
I did.
She cooperative with that as well?
She was.
After she was seated in the ambulance, did you close the doors and get in?
We did.
When you say we, who was with you?
Me and Firefighter Whitley.
So you and Firefighter Whitley were in the back of the ambulance with Miss Reed. Who was going to drive the ambulance?
Firefighter Sam Park.
Where did he come from?
He was on the fire engine that was already on scene.
I want to ask you questions now about what you did in the back of the ambulance and some of the conversations that you had. Tell us what your role is once you have a patient in the back of the ambulance. What do you do next?
Each patient's different, depends on what the call is for. In this specific situation, it was more a psych eval, because that's what we'll call for. Initial triage questions: is the patient cooperative, uncooperative, combative? I asked her name, her mental status, where she was. I asked if she was suicidal, and if she was, did she have a plan? Did she want to hurt anyone else? Those are some of the initial triage questions that I'd ask.
Why do you ask those questions?
Just to get a kind of a judgment on the patient, reading the patient.
What's your role at that point? Are you an investigator?
I'm not.
Are you in any way law enforcement?
I'm not.
So what's your focus when you're speaking to a patient?
It's basically hearing them speak, hearing their story. In this specific situation, we didn't know circumstances. We just knew that Miss Reed had found her husband, which she was gone dead on the side of the road. So it was a traumatic call.
And her husband.
So when you were there, you knew nothing about what had happened before you got there.
We did not.
And your role had nothing to do with any of that investigation?
We did not.
You were solely focused on caring for the patient?
Correct.
Did you have any other role other than caring for the patient?
Just making sure she got to the hospital safely. She didn't hurt herself.
During those conversations, are you and Firefighter Whitley doing the same thing or different things?
Again, it depends on the call. I was the lead tech, so I'm the one documented, giving a report to the nurses, the staff. So I was more kind of getting that information, my initial triage questions, and then just kind of sat and supported Ms. Reed. And
Were you writing down information, technical information about status and health on a report?
I was, yes.
While you were doing that, was your colleague speaking to Ms. Reed?
He was.
Did you have a chance at times to hear what they were speaking about?
Yeah, and
At other times, did you speak directly to Ms. Reed?
I have.
Can you describe her demeanor or temperament?
Initially, she was agitated because she didn't feel like she needed to go to the hospital. She said the statement she made, she didn't mean. She just kind of said in justification of the events that she went through. So she, but then there'd be periods of which she'd be calm, and it would fluctuate. She would have like pressured speech, repetitive, but all in all, she was cooperative.
At some point, did you have a chance to speak to her directly about her mood?
About her mood?
About her mood.
I don't know if I understand the question.
Okay. Did she say anything to you about her last interaction with what she referred to as her husband?
Sustained.
Did she make any statements to you when you were giving her treatment or speaking to her about her husband?
I'll allow that opinion.
So one of the reasons why she was saying suicidal stuff is because the last conversation she had with her husband at the time was an argument. I didn't feel like it was my role to really find out the details on what was said. That's what she said to me.
But the last thing she said to him was an argument?
Yep.
Sustained.
Did she tell you what the argument was about?
She did not.
Inevitably, did you get a chance to bring her to the hospital?
We did.
Did you stay in the back of the ambulance with her?
I did.
Did you continue to have conversations with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear conversations or parts of conversations she was having with your colleague?
I had parts.
When you got to the hospital, what happens next?
So we brought Ms. Reed into the hospital, registered her, bring her to the psychiatric section. Is it?
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
When you first arrived at the scene, there was at least two Canton police officers there still.
Correct.
Do you remember their names?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulvaney.
Okay. Their cruiser was there. You said that an engine was still there?
Correct.
And was there another ambulance there, or the other ambulance had already left the scene? They cleared?
They had already transported to the hospital.
Remind me, you were in ambulance two?
I was ambulance 2.
Got it. You parked behind the SUV where you ultimately made contact with Miss Reed, correct?
I wish we could have stayed longer.
I think it was more in front of the SUV because the SUV was
Angie was hold on,
Got out of the ambulance, ultimately made contact with.
Angie was so generous to invite me up on panels. She had lots of awesome people on her birthday stream last night. Had Malin and crime scene investigator, right? Kazi G, virtual juror. And I can't remember. When I got in the chat, there was 6 people, I think. Who am I forgetting? I'm forgetting one. I'm sorry. But yeah, got to see a couple minutes before I totally zonked out. So hopefully you guys had fun in her chat last night. And she had a good birthday. Your cop friend lives in Detroit? He's a Windsor cop. He bought his house for low 5 years. Yeah. The houses in Detroit are very, very, very cheap. And not necessarily always because the house sucks, although that is part of it too. It's normally the area. Because there are very expensive houses in Detroit too. So it depends on where you go. Trust me, you just don't want to roam around down there without knowing where you are. Zach has a fanny pack? Oh, Lori, Who is she? Lori. That's right. That's the other one I missed. Who is she? Where is she from? Does she have a Does she have a channel? Oh, you sent me a DM? Me? Hold on. Oh, thank you. Got it. I see what you're talking. Okay, awesome. But who is Lori? Lori that was in Angie's chat last night. I don't know who she is. Yeah, Emily C was in the chat. That was so awesome. Now you're closed off to men forever. Aw, poor dog. You tucker your poor dog out. Shame on you, Zach. But at least you carry him home then. Oh, she's a family attorney in Massachusetts. No channel. Gotcha. Oh, cool. Thanks. Oh, you did, Zach? Shame on you. After your wobbly pops. I don't know. All right, here we go. This guy's testimony, I don't think it's very long anyway. Yeah, only 20 more minutes.
Ms. Reed, through the pastor door,
Correct.
had a short conversation with her there.
I did.
You said it was maybe 5 to 8 minutes?
More like 5 minutes because of the weather conditions.
Okay, nothing of great consequence. I'm guessing just an initial, I think you called it sort of a triage assessment?
Well, more of just introducing myself and asking her how she was doing.
Got it. And then there was one other person in the cab of the vehicle as well.
There was.
Female, male.
Female.
So there are two females, one Miss Reed, one another female. Did you see any other civilian females out there?
I didn't see.
Okay,
But
so at least where you were, the contact that you had with Miss Reed and this other female, there was just two of them, not a third one.
from what I saw, correct.
Did you get the other female's name?
Not at the time, I did not.
Okay. By the way, have you since gotten her name?
Based on a conversation, Firefighter Whitley and Mr. Reed had back in the ambulance.
Got it. Okay. And who is that other person?
Miss Carrie Roberts.
Okay. When you first observed Miss Reed, did you note whether or not there was anything unusual about her physical appearance, meaning anything on her?
She did, yes.
Describe that to the jurors, please.
She had some blood around her mouth, her neck area.
At that point, were you concerned about, obviously you're concerned mainly about her.
She had said that she had given CPR to her husband.
Okay. You jumped a question ahead. I was going to say, did she tell you that it was in fact not her blood?
She did. So that kind of, in a way, ruled it out.
Okay.
No injury for me.
And you didn't notice anything about her that looked like she was physically in harm?
I did not.
Okay. She indicated that she had given CPR, mouth-to-mouth, attempts at mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
She did.
And that would account for the blood on her face and in her hair and on her neck?
That's what she told me.
Okay. And based on your observations of her, you didn't have any reason to quarrel with that?
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that her tone was somewhat rapid and repetitive. Is that right?
It fluctuated. So at times it was, yes.
Did it appear to you at that time that she had gone through a pretty significant trauma, as best you were trained at the time? Objection.
A little bit more of a foundation. I'll give it to you.
Sure. Have you ever, in your course of training, seen individuals who have gone through some sort of a traumatic event?
Frequently.
Well, I asked Baker when he was talking about somebody helping TV with that vanity set. People were asking about him, Baker doing stuff like that, and I said, I do need my mattress flipped, and all Baker said is, nope, not going to do that. It was just a joke. I rarely make jokes like that in Baker's chat because I'm normally slow to the punch there. Like by the time I think of something funny to say, it's way too late to say it. So I just don't. That time I did, and then he said that. So I was like, oh, I didn't really mean it. It was supposed to be funny. Sounds kinky. You proposed to April when my truck broke down, but once I figured out it was just an injector, I rescinded. She said she doesn't work on diesels. That's a good one. My ex-husband was a diesel mechanic. He worked on the big rigs, like water, the rigs that were water tank trucks that you would take to the plants, the car auto plants, and the water blasters would be used to clean the paint booths and shit. And so he worked on those. All right. Baker is so deadpan. He's hilarious. Yeah. I actually love super chatting a joke, and then he just stares at the screen. Or says, bump. It's funny when he does that.
It's different though.
Understood. Obviously, everybody's got their own personalities and the way of dealing with those things, right?
Sure.
Have you been able to, through your training, assess whether, at least in your belief, your observations, if someone has gone through a relatively traumatic event, as opposed to just someone whistling down the sidewalk?
Yeah.
Okay. Did it appear at that time when you're interacting with Ms. Reed that she was showing the signs consistent of having gone through a trauma?
At the time, yes.
Okay. So hence the rapid speech, the repetitive speech, things of that nature.
Correct. For her, for the defendant. Some people don't have
Understood. I'm just talking about your observations of her at that time.
Yes, sir.
Her demeanor was consistent with having gone through a significant trauma.
For the situation, sure. Yes.
Okay. You said that she went from calmness to agitation. The agitation you accounted for being, I don't necessarily want to go to the hospital. I don't want to be sectioned, correct?
She felt she didn't need to. It wasn't, she wasn't going to act on her comments about wanting to harm herself.
You called it, I think in a report, it's SI, suicidal ideation.
Correct.
That's obviously a great concern to you and your partners when you're assessing a patient, correct?
That's right.
You don't want to leave someone on their own if they're going to self-harm, correct?
That's correct.
You pretty quickly assessed, I'm guessing, Firefighter Becker, that she was not, in fact, in the position to self-harm. That I think you said that the statements that she originally made, if John dies, I don't want to live, were not necessarily at the level of actual suicidal ideation. Is that right?
Yeah, at the time I believed her because of the information we got and what she went through.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand your answer.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Okay.
Yeah.
It's probably my fault. At the time that you assessed her, even though she had made some comments about if John doesn't live, I don't want to live either, you did not elevate that to the level of her being suicidal at that moment.
So I couldn't rule it out, but
okay.
I didn't think it was a huge threat at the time.
Understood.
But we couldn't rule it out, so that's why we had to take her to the hospital.
Understood. I mean, you had a Section 12. You had to take her irrespective of what you ruled in or out, right?
Right.
Okay. Firefighter Whitley was with you in the back of the ambulance the entire time you were with Ms. Reed, correct?
Not the entire time. He was before we started transporting. He was kind of in and out, trying to find more of, talking to the police officers, find more of a story of, what happened, okay. why we're taking the defendant on a Section 12.
Once you and Ms. Reed were in the back of the ambulance, Firefighter Whitley then joined you in the back of the ambulance?
He did.
How much time lapsed?
It was a couple minutes at the most.
Okay, so it wasn't a lengthy amount of time.
It wasn't lengthy.
And he was with you during the transport, along with Ms. Reed, for the whole transport back to Good Sam.
Yes.
And you said on direct examination, I think your phrase was, all in all, she was cooperative with us.
For the majority of the transport, yes.
Okay. Never became combative, never got physical, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. She did refer to Mr. O'Keefe as her husband or her spouse?
That's correct.
You're aware of HIPAA rules, obviously, you're in the medical field, correct?
Correct.
You were aware at the time that HIPAA rules would demand or dictate that unless you're a spouse or a parent or a child, there are certain rules against getting or providing information to someone who isn't one of those close family members, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You previously indicated on direct examination that, I think your words were, that Ms. Reed indicated that her last conversation she had with her husband was an argument, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified about that statement in other particulars, right? Other hearings.
I have.
You're paraphrasing. You didn't write down what she said about her previous interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, and you didn't record those on a tape recorder, correct?
I wrote down in my report that she said she had an argument.
Right. You didn't write it down at the time. That was a bad question on my part. You weren't taking notes as she was speaking.
Yeah, could have been. I mean, it's kind of for every call, we jot down notes on a notepad, just
Okay.
so, when we give the staff a report, we can read off it.
Do you have those notes?
I don't.
Okay. Do you think you took notes or no?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I could have been typing them on the computer. That's what we typed the report on
Okay.
at the time.
Do you have an independent recollection of taking notes, either handwritten or on a computer as you sit here right now?
I couldn't tell you if I did one or the other. Sometimes I write on the computer, sometimes I don't.
Or you might not have written anything down, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in any event, you weren't taking down, even if you were taking notes, you weren't taking down verbatim quotes of what she said. You were paraphrasing the information that was coming to you, correct?
That's correct.
You had previously said or testified that the last time, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You previously indicated in recounting what it was that Miss Reed actually said to you was something along the lines of she was upset because her last words to him were, because of her last words to him being in anger. I object.
I'm going to allow the question.
Is that correct?
Well, I probably phrased it a little wrongly, the last words. It was the last conversation.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question is a simple one. In a previous hearing, did you use the phrase her last words to him?
Yes, I did. I did.
And that was at a hearing where you were on the oath, just like you are now, right?
Correct.
That was a little closer in time than we are now. It was maybe a year ago, correct?
Correct.
Actually, my mistake. It was about 2.5 years ago. It was a grand jury, correct?
Grand jury, yes.
Okay. And the phrase that you used was, and I want to concentrate on that for just a quick second, Firefighter Becker.
Sure.
The phrase that you used at that time was that she said, quote, like her last words to him. She was upset about her, quote, last words to him. Is that right?
Yeah.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were recounting the conversation that Ms. Reed indicated that she was upset about, you also indicated, in addition to using the phrase her last words to him, you also said that it was earlier in the night, correct? They had an argument earlier in the night.
I don't recall.
Wow. Dropping shit.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you don't mind, take a look at the top paragraph, very, very small print. Let me know when you've refreshed your recollection.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
When you looked at the court, you indicated that when she was describing the argument that you testified to on direct, it was about an argument that was, quote, earlier in the night.
Early in the night, correct.
Okay. And then you recounted that statement, that same statement in the grand jury later on as at least including, quote, her last words. Is that right?
Her last words.
You were talking about an argument that they had, and then she was upset, and you were paraphrasing her. And one of the things that you paraphrased was, in fact, your statement was she was upset that was like her last words to him, correct?
She said that.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Were you also made aware, did she tell you that her last words to him were in voicemails? Did she say that?
She didn't give any details.
Did you ask her, what were your last words to him?
I did not.
Did she ever say whether or not she believed he ever received her last words to him?
There's no other details. There's no other details other than what she said.
Okay. But she did, when she was having this conversation with you about her last words to him, she did actually take out her phone and send you a bunch of missed calls to him at the same time.
She talked to you, yes.
Okay. In your mind, did you put two and two together that what she was actually talking about were the missed calls and her being upset about her last words to him, being very angry on those missed calls, those voicemails. Did you put those two things together?
I did.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Brennan?
So when Ms. Reed told you that she was sad because her last conversation, her last thing that she had said to him was an argument, did she ever suggest that was in a voicemail?
Objection.
Oh,
Did she ever suggest it was in a voicemail?
She did not.
Did she ever suggest that she didn't actually speak to him, but instead it was some type of message?
oh,
Did she ever suggest that?
She did not.
In fact, you wrote a report saying that there was an argument earlier in the night, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You then were interviewed, weren't you? You
Yes.
interviewed on February 14th, 2022,
Yes.
and you referred to the fact that she told you there was an argument earlier in the night,
Argument early in the night.
and she was telling you this when you were speaking to her that morning.
Correct. Around 6 a.m. Yes.
And earlier in the night, you know she was referring to 12:30
I did not know.
or 12:15
No,
or midnight.
I didn't know the time.
So his answer is he doesn't know.
You testified in the grand jury, and Attorney Jackson just asked you some questions about part of the statement you made to the grand jury when he said, like her last words. Would you like to put that in context of the whole statement you made? Do you remember,
Her last words.
do you remember the entire statement that you made in the grand jury about the statement that was made to you?
I would have to.
May I approach?
Yes.
This is page 81, lines 1 through 4. Please read it to yourself.
Right, yes, sir.
1 through 4, please.
Yes.
Now, when you made that statement you were asked about in the grand jury, you didn't just say, like her last words, did you?
No.
You explained your memory to the grand jury?
Objection.
Ask him what he told me.
The grand jury, do you know it was on April 21st, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell the grand jury? So she.
So I'm going to see counsel side by side, please.
Oh my God.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you that statement that you made. That includes the last words. But there's more to the statement, isn't there?
She was upset.
I'd like you to read
Oh,
your
sorry.
entire
Sure.
1 through 5. And read all.
So she was also she was upset also because she said they had, the last time they had talked, she had gotten into an argument. So she was upset that was like her last words to him.
And so when you were speaking about her last words to him, were you referring to the argument?
Correct.
You testified again regarding this issue, didn't you, in May 3rd, 2024?
Correct.
And at that point, did you think or believe that the conversation she was relating to you was about a voicemail?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you use the word again on May 3rd, 2024, argument?
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
I used argument.
Coach Ron?
Yes.
Can I ask you to read your prior statement on page 10, lines 9 through 13?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar again and bring these documents. Please bring all of it.
No?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, when you wrote the report of your notes to put in your report, do you remember the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her actually saying the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her ever saying any word about voice messages?
I did not.
You said that there was somebody in the front seat of the car with the defendant,
It was.
and you later learned from the defendant it was a person by the name of Kelly Roberts.
Correct.
Can you share with us the context? How did you learn that?
The defendant and my partner, Firefighter Whitley, had a conversation.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
So the defendant brought up how if her husband had died at the time, she didn't know how she was going to take care of his kids.
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
And Firefighter Whitley mentioned that she had like a strong support system. All the friends are in Canton, and
Objection.
When you spoke to the defendant and she shared with you that her last words with her husband were an argument. Why didn't you ask for more detail about that?
I didn't feel it was my, at the time we went about the call as that we didn't, think we would be witnesses in a murder trial. We were there to support Aaron and ultimately get to the hospital safely.
And you were asked about trauma, and you said that you observed that the person may be in trauma, Ms. Reed.
A traumatic event,
Traumatic event.
Right.
Do you have any idea what caused that traumatic event?
I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything?
Very quickly, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan whether earlier in the night could have been 12 or 12:15 a.m., correct?
That's what he asked, yes.
Earlier in the night could have been 6 o'clock p.m.
Early in the night, yeah, correct.
Could have been 5 o'clock p.m.
Could have been.
Could have been 7 o'clock p.m.
Sure.
You were also asked whether or not Ms. Reed actually specifically mentioned voicemails when she talked about those last words. And you said she didn't.
That I remember, correct.
But she did show you the phone.
She tried to.
And she did show you a bunch of missed calls to John O'Keefe, correct?
I wasn't going to look through her phone. I don't know who she called.
Thank you.
When she said about the argument, she said those were the last words, the argument, right?
That's correct.
Sustained. All right. Jurors disregard that noise statement. All right, you are all set.
All right. Thank you.
Is this a good place to stop for the day?
If the court pleases, yes.
Jurors, we could do 6 minutes, but I think this is probably a very good place to stop. Thank you.
The back in session, you may be seated.
Great.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present.
All right, thank you. All right, so we know that the Commonwealth has filed a few anyway, or repeated motions trying to get the defense to comply with reciprocal discovery regarding the ARCA witnesses. Previously, about a month or so ago, maybe longer, I found that there was a violation of the defendant's obligations for reciprocal discovery, and I found that it was deliberate. The Commonwealth filed additional motion, a motion to compel reciprocal discovery of the ARCA witnesses or to exclude their testimonies. Upon that, I believe, I issued an order last week for certain discovery to be provided and to be provided by ARCA. On the day of opening statements, it was clear to me that there was another violation of the defendant's rules, defendant's obligations under our rules of criminal procedure. The defense has failed to deliver. I would not permit the defense from mentioning ARCA in their opening. So today we're going to have an evidentiary hearing on your motion, Mr. Brennan. So I expect that we will get through both witnesses by the end of today. If not, we'll have to have them back, but I expect we can get through them. So Mr. Brennan, who are we going with first? Dr. Wolf?
Please.
Okay.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand. Solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, go right ahead, Mr.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Did you become aware there was an order from this court to produce records?
Yes.
Did you receive a copy of that order?
Yes.
Who did you receive a copy of
So
that?
we need Dr. Wolf to identify himself.
Please identify yourself for the record. Spell your last name.
Daniel Wolf. Last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
Who did you receive that order from?
I believe, yes.
Did you understand that you were supposed to turn those records over to the Superior Court?
Yes.
Did you turn records over to the Superior Court?
I provided a copy of that production notice to Ms. Little.
Did you provide the records to the Superior Court?
I didn't directly email that to the court, no.
Did you indirectly email it to the court?
It was my understanding that it would be passed along to the court.
So you did not, pursuant to the order, provide the records to the Superior Court, did you?
Not directly to the court, no.
When you read the order, you understood what the order was requiring you to provide, correct?
Correct.
It was requiring you to provide all text messages.
Yes.
Did you provide all text messages?
I don't have any in my possession.
Did you look for any text messages that are not in your possession about this case?
Yes.
Okay, did you find any?
No, sir.
What did you do to look?
So I went through the phone that I currently have, and as I informed Ms. Little last year, I was under T-Mobile was my carrier. Subsequent to that, I then switched to Verizon in, I believe it was November. So I made an effort to contact T-Mobile as well as get access to my T-Mobile account hub. Unfortunately, I was unable to get access to it or get any records prior to, or at least from my T-Mobile carrier. And then I went through my Verizon records that I have from 2025. I could only go back 3 months, and I provided those records.
How about emails? You didn't change email carriers, did you?
No, sir.
Did you provide all your emails from when you first were contacted by the defense?
Yes, sir.
You provided every one of those emails to who?
It would have been in the file that I put together for the production.
How many emails did you find between you and the defense?
I'd have to look at the order, but it was probably 6 to. Are you talking about present day or just from last year?
Anytime.
It was probably around a dozen or so.
Who did you correspond with by email on the defense?
Again, can you specify a time frame?
At any time, who did you correspond with by email on the defense?
It would have been Mr. Jackson. Miss Little might have been on one of those emails. There might have been a couple other members. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Well, how about Ms. Wheat?
I don't believe she was on any of those emails.
You've never emailed or been on a correspondence with her by email?
Don't know as I sit here today.
You communicated by phone with the defense, didn't you?
Yes.
And that began as far back as March 2024?
After our report was issued, yes, in March.
Back in March of 2024, you spoke on the phone to Mr. Jackson?
Yes, sir.
A number of times?
Yes, sir.
And as you spoke, you began to become familiar with him and his role in this case, didn't you?
We corresponded about, again, our expected testimony here at trial, yes.
I'll ask it again. Did you become familiar with him and his role in this case when you spoke to him?
I understood him to be the defense attorney on the case, yes.
Did you speak to Ms. Little by phone?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you speak to anybody?
Hold on 1 second, please. Thank you.
Did you speak, pardon me, did you speak to anybody other than Mr. Jackson about this case before the first trial?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you speak to anybody since then on
Yes.
the defense team? Who?
I believe Miss Little and
Did you ever have any conversations that weren't on a regular telephone? You have a Zoom?
yes, we have had, I believe it was a Zoom or a Teams meeting. We've had a couple.
When was that?
That would have been more recently to go over some of the testing that we've done.
Did you ever have any Zoom meetings before the first trial?
No, sir.
Did you ever have any phone before the first trial in a conversation where you and Dr. Rentschler both were on the call?
There may have been an instance today. I just don't recall.
Oh, think back.
I don't recall.
At some point, you were contacted by Mr. Jackson and you decided or you learned that you may be part of this case as far as a witness?
Yes, sir.
When you learned you were part of this case, did you have contact with Mr. Jackson before you testified at the voir dire?
Did I have communications with him?
Yes.
Yes.
And in those communications, you spoke about your role?
I think we spoke about logistics and coordinating my arrival here for the voir dire and certainly the trial.
But when you spoke on March 20th, 2024, didn't you talk about more than coordination of logistics?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 20th, 2024?
So I believe that would have been the very first phone call that I had with Mr. Jackson.
Was that more than about logistics?
Well, I think we were trying to figure out what should we do. I will note that this was a very abnormal situation for me, being involved in a federal investigation and then ultimately being called as a witness. Well, I'm trying to answer your question.
But you're not. Did you talk about more than logistics?
So are you finished with your answer, Dr. Wolf, or are you still answering?
I was still trying to answer.
Go ahead, finish.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, again, the situation was abnormal. I didn't know if we could get involved. I didn't think Mr. Jackson knew we could get involved. In terms of a path forward, would we be able to do more work? Could we review additional material? How could we work together moving forward? There was a lot of unknowns, so there was a lot of uncertainty.
You done?
Yes, sir.
Did you talk about more than just logistics?
No, sir.
Did you talk about fees or structures?
I described to him our typical procedure when we intake a criminal defense case, right? There's typically a contract and retainer associated with that. So I described our normal procedure that takes place, yes.
So you talked about fees and scheduling and costs, what you charge.
I did talk about, yes, the contract and the retention letter.
When you talked about that contract, there was a discussion, wasn't there, about them hiring you, paying you, or retaining you?
Potentially, again, I prescribed our standard procedure.
Why was it you were talking about fees and schedules if you didn't think that you were potentially going to get hired?
Again, I prescribed our normal operating procedure. I had no idea how it was going to work moving forward, which is why ultimately, immediately after that phone call, I contacted the Department of Justice to get clarification on that.
We'll get to that, but I'm asking you specifically, why were you talking about fees and scheduling and being paid at that point?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Again, because Mr. Jackson was interested, I believe, in calling us to testify at trial. So I explained to us the normal process. When a client reaches out and wants to engage us for trial testimony, that's typically, again, the procedure that we prescribe at ARCA. So that's why I had that explanation to him.
So you were talking to him about details about potentially being hired. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't know about being hired. I think, again, him utilizing us in the trial as expert witnesses.
Well, what's the difference between him utilizing you and paying you for that utilization and him actually hiring you? What's the difference in your mind?
Well, I think there is a difference because ultimately, after I got clarification from the Department of Justice, they indicated that they could not, the defense that has signed any type of contract, there could not be any type of agreement or retainer.
I'm not asking what you determined later. I'm talking about the conversation you had on March 20th, 2022, when you were speaking to Attorney Jackson. That's what I'm talking about, okay? Understand?
I don't know that I understand your question, though.
When you had a conversation on March 20th, 2022 with Attorney Jackson, you discussed potentially being hired, paid, compensated by Attorney Jackson or the defense for this case, didn't you?
We did, like I said, I did explain to him our typical operating procedure when a client reaches out for trial testimony. I went over that with him, yes.
I'm not talking about a client, I'm talking about this client. Did you talk about them potentially hiring or retaining you for work in this case? That's the question I'm asking you. On March 20th, 2022, not the 22nd, not the 24th, March 20th, 2024, did you speak to Attorney Jackson about them potentially retaining or hiring you for this case?
I spoke to him like I speak to any other client that would be interested in calling us as a witness.
Okay. And so after you spoke to them, you spoke to representatives of the United States Attorney's Office, and you wrote an email back saying that you were going to put the conversation on hold. Is that fair to say?
Correct, until I got clarification from them.
And at some point it was on hold, right? At some point it resumed.
Yes.
When was that?
That would have been towards, I believe, the end of April.
The end of April. How was this relationship resumed? What was the conversation between you and anybody on the defense that resumed that relationship?
I think that I reached out to Mr. Jackson. Like I said, I think it looks like about a month had passed, and I had let him know that I had spoken to the DOJ and got clarification on
defense and said that you had permission or a green light to move forward in the relationship with the defense in this case.
I had clarification from the Department of Justice, yes.
And that clarification allowed you then to work with the defense on this case.
Not work with, we could be called on the defense's behalf to testify. And for that matter, the Commonwealth could have also contacted us and utilized us at trial as well, if they should, please.
So when did you become an advocate for the defense?
Interesting.
Do you feel like you're an advocate for the defense?
No, sir.
You sure about that?
Sir, I'm on the science and the analysis that I've done. That's the side that I'm on.
You sure are. Because after that 424 call letting them know that the United States Attorney's Office gave permission for you to be called as a witness, you called them again that day, didn't you? Or they called you on the main line?
We may have exchanged a couple of calls that day, yes.
Well, you did exchange a couple of calls that day because we have at least some records. And when you called later that day after telling them that you had permission, they could use you as witnesses, what did you talk about?
Do you have the records that I can take a look at just so I can...
Having further calls that day?
I think we had a couple brief conversations, yes.
Okay. When you think about it, do you remember them or are you just saying you think but you don't know?
I don't remember. I remember that there was one conversation, I believe in early May, that I had with Mr. Jackson, in which we engaged in a conversation where I gave him more information about my background, who ARCA was as a whole. I think we even got stuck a little bit about my family, my 4 kids and things of that nature, but it was a call about background and qualifications.
We're still back in April. You're moving ahead to May when you first started going. I want to talk about back in April. Do you remember having conversations on April 24th with Mr. Jackson? Do you remember that?
I'm going to allow that.
I remember that there were conversations, yes. Specifically what they were too. I remember, I think they were brief, but I don't remember the specifics of them, no.
Well, in the brief conversation, what do you briefly remember about that brief conversation, Doctor?
Well, as I mentioned, I think I had finally received clarification from the DOJ, so I think I was letting him know that I had received that clarification.
Sir, you said that was the first call. There were more than one call. There was then 2 calls to the main line. What did you discuss with him during those calls?
Well, to be honest with you, the call to the ARCA main line, I don't even know if I spoke with him. That's just to the main line, not to me directly. So he could have spoken to a receptionist who then tried to get a hold of me, right? So I don't know if that specific call to the main line was to me or someone else at ARCA.
Well, this is a new relationship, right? You're working on a contract with the federal government. You have only spoken to Mr. Jackson, according to you, twice. You don't remember the early conversations with them and what they were about?
I'm sorry, are we talking about now at the end of April
Yeah,
still?
I'm still talking in April. April 24, 2024.
Yeah, as I just discussed with you, from what I recall, it was relaying to him the clarification that I got from the Department of Justice.
Right, but that doesn't take more than one call, does it?
I don't know. He may have been in court. There might have been some phone tag. I don't know, sir.
Well, there was a 9-minute call on April 24th. And then there's 2 calls to the ARCA main line, 3 minutes and 2 minutes. Do you remember any of those calls?
Again, when you say 3 minutes and 2 minutes, that makes it sound like, in all likelihood, he contacted the ARCA main line, got a hold of receptionist or my project manager, and couldn't get a hold of me.
Are you just making that up, or that's what happened?
Sir, that is my best guess. I don't recall from a year ago.
We're not asking you to guess. I'm asking for your testimony.
That's what I recall, sir.
You recall him calling a secretary on the main line? That's what you recall?
He very well could have. I just don't know, sir.
But you're making a representation that you recall him using a secretary in the main line. I'm asking what you actually did and actually said. Do you remember speaking to Mr. Jackson or anybody on the defense team after that initial call back on April 24th, 2024? Do you remember those 2 phone calls?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's get an answer.
I don't remember those phone calls specifically, no, sir.
Next
Do you
question.
remember the phone call on April 30th, 2024? Do you remember that one?
I don't remember that call, sir.
Do you remember the call on May 1st, 2024?
I don't have the records in front of me, but was that a longer call by any chance?
It was 40 minutes long.
Okay.
Yep.
So then, yes, as I just described earlier, that would have been the call in which I went over with Mr. Jackson a little bit more about ARCA, my background, my education, qualification, the kind of case work that I do, things of that nature.
And did you discuss issues regarding this case?
No, sir.
So during the 40 minutes you spoke, you never discussed any of your findings that had already been made.
No, sir.
You've never discussed any of your testing in this case during that 40-minute conversation.
No, sir. And it was all laid out in the report that was issued in
I
February.
understand the report. I'm asking you, did you have any conversations about it with the defense?
No, sir.
So in that 40-minute conversation, you talked about your family, your past times, ARCA, but you never ever talked about this case.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Correct.
You billed for that time, didn't you?
I believe that I kept track of that time, yes.
Okay. When you kept track of the time, did you submit that time and ultimately get money for that time?
Again, I routinely keep track of my time when I'm working on a project. So yes, that time was kept track.
That's not what I'm asking you. Ultimately, that time that you kept track of, did you then submit it and get paid and compensated for that time? That's what I'm asking you.
Well, first off, I'm a salaried employee, so I don't get direct compensation when an invoice goes out. That invoice, when it's sent, ultimately comes back to ARCA. That doesn't come back to Dan Wolf.
Okay. So in order to get paid for that, you would have had to submit that time through ARCA to then forward it, wouldn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow it. Is that true?
Yes. I keep track of my time so that my boss knows what I'm doing. Yes.
Okay.
Who asked me that?
You, Your Honor.
Yes. Come on over.
Doctor, again, to focus you were on May 1st, 2024. May 1st, 2024, you had a conversation with Attorney Jackson.
Correct.
And at some point, did you submit the time you spent and forwarded it so that that could be billed?
Yes, and I will note that all of that time was actually tracked under the same project number that the work that was done for the Department of Justice was under.
So at the time you had that conversation, you were keeping track of hours, correct?
Something I routinely do, yes.
And do you know who ultimately paid that bill for that day, May 1st, 2024?
I know now that it was the defense, yes.
Now, when you billed, did you bill for the entire conversation?
I don't know.
You said most of the conversation was background, talking about ARCA, talking about your families.
Yes.
Right. Do you typically bill clients when you're spending time talking about families?
Again, that wasn't the entirety of the conversation. I think he just briefly asked me about my family.
Oh, now it's brief. Okay.
Objection, Your Honor.
No comments, please.
Do you typically charge when you're talking about non-related work matters in your billing?
Sir, I think the majority of that phone call was related to, again, work-related topics.
Work-related, it took that much time to talk about ARCA?
And my background, certainly.
Yeah, okay. And how much is the majority?
Sir, I don't know that I can parse it out in individual segments or minutes for you.
And so after that May 1st conversation, did you communicate with the defense before June 9, 2024?
I don't believe so. I think from what I recall, next up was, I think, the voir dire. I think Alan contacted me letting me know that the court wanted to do a voir dire of myself and Dr. Rentschler.
And you mean Alan, you mean Attorney Jackson?
Yes, sir.
So you became friendly.
I guess first name basis, is that what you're referring
No,
to?
I'm saying, did you become friendly?
No, I wouldn't say that we were friends.
I didn't ask if you're friends. I said, did you become friendly?
I talked to him like I talked to all of the attorneys that I work with, sir.
What would you call me if you were going to address me?
Probably Mr. Brennan.
So do you remember the next time you spoke to Alan?
As I mentioned, it probably would have been sometime in early or mid-June.
Going into June, you were keeping track of all your communications with Attorney Jackson or anybody from the defense, weren't you?
don't know if you mean, what do you mean by keeping track?
Well, do you have a folder where you make notes when you have communications with an attorney and discuss issues?
No, sir.
You don't make notes?
Not for brief phone calls, no.
For your billing, do you save phone records or text messages so you have some collateral evidence about the billing?
No, not when it's things about, again, logistics and traveling and scheduling. No, sir.
And by the way, when you put together your phone records and text messages that you sent to the court in response to the court order, did you have actual records?
What do you mean in terms of actual records?
Well, I see like a summary chart that was developed. Who developed that summary chart?
So that was, again, as I mentioned earlier, I was unfortunately unable to pull anything from T-Mobile. I just could not get access. Then what I did is I logged into my personal Verizon phone records, and I was able to go back for 3 months. I couldn't get back to December, and then I downloaded the spreadsheets and I extracted those rows and provided that.
Did you provide the actual records or just the spreadsheet?
Well, I provided the spreadsheet, which was pulled from the records. I would have had to redact a lot of phone numbers if I was to put in the full extraction, if you will.
So you didn't provide the full extraction?
I provided the full extraction as it relates to all the contact between myself and Mr. Jackson and Miss Little.
Did you ever delete texts?
From last year?
Yes.
Yes.
After you had text messages with the defense, did you delete those texts?
Yeah, after the trial concluded, I mean, that's something I routinely do. I'm not going to keep texts from Mr. Jackson, especially now that we're past a year. I would have no reason to keep those.
I'm asking for the excuse. I'm asking you, did you?
A thing that I typically do, I communicate with attorneys have a habit of keeping a text chain about scheduling or meeting or, hey, can we meet at this time or show up here? I just don't have a habit of keeping that type of text. So he's not my friend, sir.
So you didn't delete texts?
I think I just told you that, yes, I did delete the text.
Oh, you didn't tell me, but you just did now. Thank you.
Objection, Your Honor.
So next question, no
Okay.
comments, Mr. White.
How many texts did you delete in communications with the defense?
I don't know the number, sir.
You don't know the number?
I don't have the text. So you're asking me over a year ago almost about text messages. I don't recall how many there were.
All right. Was there 10, 100, 1,000? How many were there?
Of ones that I sent?
No, not just what you sent. Either way, back and forth.
Probably, I don't know, maybe around 100 or so.
And when did you delete those over 100 texts between you and the defense?
As I mentioned, I think the last text that I remember was Mr. Jackson texting me, just thanking me for my time coming up here after the trial. And then that was at the end of June. And then I didn't hear from him. And at some point, I don't know specifically when, it would have been last year, but I deleted those texts. There's no reason for me to keep those, sir.
Do you remember about when you made the affirmative intentional effort to delete around 100 text messages between you and the defense?
It would have been sometime after the trial, probably before I got my new phone in November, but it would have been probably in the month or two after the trial.
Where were you when you were deleting these texts? Were you at your office, at home? Do you remember sitting down and deciding intentionally you were going to delete over 100 texts? Where did that decision happen?
I have no idea, sir.
You can't remember deleting over 100 texts?
Sir, I just said I delete texts routinely. You're asking me to specifically give you a location and a time when I deleted those? I don't recall that.
You said it was after the trial.
Yes.
And out of the 100 texts or so, who were you texting on the defense team?
I believe it would have just been Mr. Jackson on that.
Did you ever communicate by any other means, like signal or an application?
During the time of the trial?
Anytime.
Yes, sir.
With the defense?
Yes.
Is it typical for a biomechanical engineer to use an application like Signal to talk to an attorney on a case?
Sure.
You know the benefit of Signal, don't you?
I mean, it's a messaging platform, yes.
Well, encrypted app, isn't it?
What was that?
Encrypted?
I don't know, sir.
It keeps no record of the communication when you use an application like Signal, does it?
I don't know, sir.
Well, you used it. Did you have it on your phone that you were using it with other people?
No, I don't believe so.
So the only time that you use Signal in your career is when you were dealing with this defense team?
Yes, it was earlier this year. Mr. Jackson had communicated with me, indicating that it was his preferred method of communication. So yes, we did exchange some messages on Signal. But this was at no point in time during the first trial.
Using the Signal app, was that your suggestion?
No, again, I think it was Mr. Jackson that said it was his preferred method.
Is that standard in your industry to use Signal when you're talking to clients?
I don't know that there's a standard out there, sir.
I'm asking about your standard. Is it your standard to use an encrypted app when you're talking to attorneys?
If the client has that preference, I don't have a problem with it, sir.
How many times have you done it other than this defense team?
Again, as I just mentioned, it was the first time.
How many conversations do you think you had with the defense team by signal?
Hold on, guys.
Again,
Sorry.
it would have been just Mr. Jackson. And like I said, it was really, I think, just in the month of March of this year, but it was brief. I know that I think we exchanged a couple phone calls, and I remember the call quality was terrible. So we really didn't use it that much.
Okay, you're saying a lot of things. You're saying you think. I want to know your best memory. I don't want you to think. If you don't know, you don't know. How many times did you use signal with the defense to talk about this case?
Zach,
Don't allow it.
From what I recall, it was probably a handful of times.
When you say if what you recall, are you purposely being vague in case there's records, or do you not remember?
I don't remember, sir. As you mentioned, it doesn't keep a
I
log of it, so
told
I
you
just don't
guys
recall.
I was
You
tired.
cannot. You don't have to rely on a law.
Sorry, Dr. Wolf. I have to close, or I have to be nice to you when I make you be quiet. But I did. I missed everyone's talking for about 10 minutes because I totally fell asleep. It's about ham sandwich time. So I apologize. I did warn you all that I am sleep deprived. So I truly appreciate you guys still hanging out and watching one of the Arca boys, Dr. Wolf. He's really good looking. I don't like his hair slicked back like that as much, but he's still good looking. But I'm telling you, it was longer than 10 minutes. Okay, 20 minutes. Let's see. I was looking back at the comments because I did read. It wasn't that long. It was because I read the comments from and put them up on the screen from 441. So looking at the comments after that. The ocean is currently cold. So 444. I missed that one. So I probably have my eyes closed. That's when I closed my eyes and I fell asleep. So 15 minutes. 19 minutes I fell asleep. But sorry, Ginny Lindsay. I was worried about you. I asked everybody earlier where you were, and now everybody's making fun of me because I warned everybody that I am sleep deprived today. We were listening to some boring ass testimony by that doctor pathologist guy who was like, wouldn't shut up. And then we switch over to the firefighter. What was his name? I forget already. See? Becker. I can't remember his first name. And I'll be honest, he wasn't as long-winded as the doctor was, but I'll tell you, I was struggling. And damn, I fell asleep for 15 minutes. It ain't like you were snoring or anything. I know. So see? Shelly, I know I need to sleep at night. I do. I try so hard to fall asleep. And like last night, I was saying that was pretty much right before I fell asleep, was talking about how I was so tired last night. Angie was so nice to invite me on her birthday stream and everything. And I stopped by her chat. I stopped by the experts chat. It was like, hey, just want to stop in before I pass out. Angie, I wanted to say happy birthday, and like, I'm so tired. I'm like, I can't keep my eyes open. So I literally was chatting in Angie's chat for maybe less than 10 minutes. And I was out. But then, see what happens is I fall asleep. And then I wake up maybe an hour later because I'm uncomfortable and I need to move and switch the position of my body because I start hurting when I'm laying a certain way, or if I lay in or sit in a certain way for too long, it just starts to hurt me. It's painful, and so I constantly need to shift. And I woke back up. I tried to get right back to sleep. And it wasn't happening. So then I was up until 3:30, I think. I think the last time I looked at the clock, it was like 3:30 in the morning. And that's around there is when I must have fallen back asleep. Then I woke up again at 5. I don't think I was up as long that time. But then when I woke back up this morning, after 5 o'clock, I fell asleep somewhere between probably 5:30 and 6. Woke up at just before 8 o'clock, and I was like, screw this. I got shit I got to get done. And then I ended up not getting out of bed, trying to fall asleep anyway to get a little bit more time. Then I ended up in Baker's chat when he went live this morning, and then now here we are. So things like this just happen to me. So again, thanks for hanging out. And Kazi G. Oh no, not Kazi G. Wait, didn't I just see Kazi G? Wow, I can't read. See, I'm so tired. I literally. Hey, Jay Walsh. J7's here. I'm just talking about how I'm sleep deprived and fell asleep for 15 minutes while we were watching Mr. Gorgeous here. Yep, Zach, you got back just in time to see us drooling. Darth Vader. Yeah, you wish, Zach. Like someone watching you? Where's the Wizard of Cos? I don't know. Kazi G said he might join me because we were, and this is why I'm actually surprised that I fell asleep for 15 minutes and wake up to Dr. Wolf on the stand, because I thought Ian Whiffin would be the next major one. So what happened? I got to look at the order of oh, it's the voir dire. Okay, so that's why this is the Arc of voir dire, because as you can see, right after this voir dire of Dr. Wolf, which I didn't realize was 2 hours long, is Ian Whiffin. So that being said, and it is what, 5:10? Okay, so Rat House Media, Danny is going live at 5:45, according to me, Lynn. So I guess we can hang out for a little while longer. Now that I got a 10-minute, 15-minute, I keep wanting to lessen it. 15-minute nap. I should be good to go for 45 minutes. You only make fun of me in a low-key fashion, so I'm all good. Thank you. Hey, if you can't handle people making fun of you even a little bit, like even your own people, you shouldn't be on the internet. So trust me, I can handle it a little. Just don't go crazy on me, because you know how I get. I'll just start blubbering. Ooh, you could tell me stories, J7? Okay. I like stories. I don't stay out. I mean, I only know the drama between creators, between people who like Turtle Boy and the TBDS people. Other than that, what do you call a seagull that flies over the bay? Shelly, where's the answer? J7 says Shelly sells seashells. Yeah, I'm not good with tongue twisters. Prepare for a shitload of coal in 8 months. Uh-oh. No one deserves coal. Ooh, he is handsome. She doggy dog. Can I pet that dog? Oh, I still need Danny to play that for me. Can I pet that dog? I can't even say it like that. It's so funny. Call the squirrels, we got nuts. We're all just babies. If you know, you know. Jeannie Lynn says, I keep forgetting dementia. Is Dr. Wolf he's Dr. Wolf with an E, I think, right? Who Bev was swooning over. And yes, I think he was. Although some people were debating me on that. Because I truly think Dr. Wolf is better looking than Dr. Rentschler. Dr. Rentschler, the other Arca boy. But that doesn't mean Auntie Bev thinks the same as me. Maylin, you're going to miss most of Rat House tonight, but going to Dad's to make more music. Oh, that'll be fun, though. I missed Danny's last 2 lives. The one that he did with the space shuttle. I finally sat down after my live to watch him. He wasn't even live he was live less than an hour. I get on there just about an hour and I'm like, what the fuck? You're already off? Then shut up, Zach. I'm not squalling. Okay. No squalling. No squalling today. If you want me to squall, I will. But you won't like it. No story time tonight. I made a promise to someone who doesn't deserve it. Okay, sweetie. I understand that too. So it's all good. I'm just glad you guys are all here. Thank you so much. While you guys are here, if you haven't heard my plea for help, I do have, if you'd like to support what I'm going through right now, I know a lot of you have shared this for me, and I truly appreciate it. I've gotten a few donations, and I truly appreciate those too. They're going to help me very, very much. I do have PayPal, QR code in the top left corner, buy me a coffee, and PayPal in the ticker at the bottom. And my gift symbol that my friend made for me is pinned in the chat. If you cannot donate right now, I totally understand. Everybody has their own plates right now. It is hard for everyone out there nowadays. But if you can even just share it to a couple people who could share it to a couple more people and just get it around, it would mean so much. And again, as always, I want you to know how much it means to me. You guys just hanging out with me every day. You guys give me something to look forward to when I wake up in the morning. And I truly haven't, it's been a long time since I truly was just excited to wake up in the morning and get my day going. And that's what you guys do for me. I have so much fun with you guys. And it means everything to me. And there, I got through it, Zach, without any blubbering. So, nah. Uh-oh. J7's being talked dirty too, Zach. Zach doesn't talk dirty enough. Uh-oh. We're going to have to watch that. Oh, speaking of loophole, you guys want to watch something? I forgot. I wanted to bring this up yesterday because I haven't watched it yet. So let's check something out while we're just hanging out here. I love Loophole Lawyer. If any of you are by some chance not subbed up to Loophole Lawyer, you need to go subscribe because Loophole Lawyer is funny. But he made a video on anti-bev, and I haven't watched it yet. Have fun, Maylin.
Oh, I never wanted to be a judge, and I know I wasn't supposed to really talk about this.
Judge Canoni, could you describe the transition from law practice to the judiciary?
Okay.
There she is, Judge Beverly Canoni. You may remember her from Karen Reed's
Hi,
trial number
Catherine.
1 and trial number 2. She's doing an interview on some
Joy.
Zoom call, but let's watch.
Lily, if you have the opportunity to say something good about someone, why wouldn't you?
Excuse me?
Sorry, I'm
This is
going to
funny?
pause just for a second. I just want to say, Joy, thank you so much for coming, honey. And Catherine, thank you for being here. All of you guys, Shelly, Jeannie, and J7, Shelly, Jeannie Lynn and Maylin and Scott Messerschmidt and Zach and Katie G. You guys here every single day. I love you guys. I just have to say it. So, Other Mary B is here too. Thanks, guys. Oh yeah, Other Mary B likes my laugh. As much as I hate it, she loves it. So we're gonna watch Loophole Lawyer, who always makes me laugh. So you'll get your fix of my laugh today. All right, here we go.
Name is Reed? All right, we're done.
I can't tell you how many letters I've written on behalf of lawyers, testified on behalf of Bob Cosgrove.
Bob Cosgrove, I know that name. He's the guy that claimed that our video was made by Turtle Boy and it was done with AI.
This is the video that he cites. Get ready for this. By Loophole Lawyer.
That little rascal
Let me check
Cosgrove
it,
put a
Jeannie.
link in an actual legal document citing our video.
Oh my God, this is so embarrassing. Carney has posted his own video account. No, that's not my video account. That's a Loophole Lawyer's. This footnote's hilarious. I just read this. So he cites Loophole Lawyer, and then see the footnote. The video
I see
of
it,
Higgins
Jeannie Lynn.
running after Carney's car and
I just have to shout out Jeannie Lynn, who I have gotten some wonderful donations. I just got Jeannie sent me one, says love you, Scarlett. If you donate to my Give Send Go and use an exclamation point, for some reason, I don't know if you guys see this, but an exclamation point turns into a question mark. I have no idea why. I was giving people responses and I use exclamation points a lot, and they keep turning them into question marks. And I thought maybe I screwed up, but I just realized, Jeannie, on your comment, you used a exclamation point and it turned into a question mark too. So, yeah, I don't know what's up with that, but who cares? It's only a punctuation. Not a big deal. Just wanted to let you know, if you see that, all the question marks are probably supposed to be exclamation points. There's beef? I don't know. See, I don't pay attention like that. I don't know there's beef between these two. Kathy J, I was just talking about you. Were your ears ringing? Shelly's out slutting it up on the trails. Oh, nah. It's pouring rain here. Not good weather for a hike. That's why I'm inside hanging out with you guys. I love it. I could talk about late, Kazi G. What's up? Stop sniffing my butt, Zach. Ew. Yes, happy Easter and Passover, everyone. Hi, Chastity. Uh-oh. Watch your mouth. Oh, nefarious. Hey. How are you guys? I'm so happy to see all of you here today. Perfect timing. You just missed me falling asleep for 15 minutes. Thank God you guys got here when I was awake and not, thank God I wasn't snoring. But I warned everybody today and last night that I am sleep deprived, like really bad. So, it is what it is. Dusty Rose, hi. Mary B raid, but we had to teleport ourselves. Yeah, I don't have the roulette what is it called? Redirect. Danny from Rat House Media calls it redirect roulette. He sends us to some weird funny places, I'll tell you. But I don't have the redirect either yet, because I guess you have to have 1,000 subscribers. And when someone checked for me earlier, I was at 199. So if somebody, I gotta check, did somebody get me over the 200 mark? Let's see. Oh, yes. Oh my God, I'm at 200 exactly. Whoever was number 200, I wanted to know. I said that earlier. I said, I wonder who will be my number 200. The old exclamation mark glitch in the Matrix. Yep. Kazi has mermaids? Yes, I know he listens to crazy people who talk about mermaids, but that's about it. You want mermaids? Yes, Darth Vader. Sorry, did I not say? Darth Vader is always here with me. We celebrated her birthday yesterday. We tried to make it a little bit extra special for her. We had lots of fun, and she's always chatting, and we're always having a good time. And Bakers chat together. Darth Vader is amazing. Says, I've been here all day and plan to be here all week. Tip your bartenders. Thank you, Darth Vader. Hi, Nina, Switzerland. Mary B sent us. Well, thank you, other Mary B. Thank you so much. I so appreciate you guys all coming. Tomb Raid. I truly appreciate it. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Well, I hope that you'll give me a chance. And if you're new here, just to give you a little rundown, we are going daily. We are going through the Karen Reed trial. We just finished going through Karen Reed trial 1, which I never saw until we watched it together here. We are now starting trial 2 to rewatch. I have seen it, but I barely knew anything in watching trial 2. So we're going to do that now. We're going to rewatch trial 2 with all the knowledge I didn't have the first time around. And so other than that, I also would like to share some psychology wisdom / just information I think is relevant psychological phenomenon especially in the anti-Karen Reed community, which is what inspired me to start my channel, was the crazy people out there like Twisted Panties and Crusty Panties, who I call that because I get them too confused. And I wanted to do a video and post it regarding, what goes on in the brains of these people that, believe things that defy common sense and defy things that you can see with your own eyes. And that led to me going down rabbit holes And I was like, I cannot make the video I want without truly starting from the beginning. So that's what we do here. We started from the beginning and we're going through this all together. And then we add things in here and there. We talk about anything and everything. I spill the tea. I get petty. We talk straight court law, whatever, and give our opinions. I was voted most opinionated in high school, and I thought, well, let's put my opinion to good use. So I hope that you'll like it here and come back again. Oh, Kazi G, your hearing aids went out? Damn. Did you lose one of your Velcro shoes too? Oh boy, what am I going to do with you? It was a great hike. Wonderful. It's always nice to get outside and breathe in that fresh air. Kazi took a while to get here. Someone Velcroed his shoes together. Oh, see, I thought he lost one of them. Hi, Fridge. Fridge Breaker 69. I like that name. I'm going to start doing handle of the day like Will does when I get new people in here. I like your handle. It's Wizard of Cause. Dude, it was not an hour. I looked back at the chat. I had read a chat at 4:41. And the next chat that I read came in at 4:58. So it was 17 minutes at the most. So kiss my booty. Yeah, Joy, when you were here the other day, that was the day. I fell asleep, but I was only asleep for 5 minutes, and thankfully my vibrating phone woke me up, and instead of like interrupting, I grabbed my phone because I thought it was going to be like a 2 or 3 minute call, and I was all excited that it woke me up and I wasn't sleeping forever on my stream. And then I ended up being on the phone for 20-30 fucking minutes. I was like, fuck. And then I come back and everyone's like, where the fuck are you? Kazi's like, where the fuck are you? And I'm like, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. Oh, Grammy, thanks for subbing. Thank you. And Dusty Rose 201. Thank you so much, you guys. Kazi Osborne. Oh, I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Oh, Winnie's mom. Hi. Welcome. Thank you guys so much for subbing and coming in today. I do. I like it. Kazi Osborne. Wizard of Kaz is good too, though. I really like them both. You can do a lot with Kazi, I think. Just don't take his Velcro shoes, okay? Monet J, what's up? Are you back from your... Did you actually hike in all this rain we got going on here? Seriously? Aw, I love you too. When you go outside to play, it's called cosplay. Aw, I love you too. You guys are so amazing. I couldn't ask for anything better. And this is why I wake up, even when I'm going through the shittiest stuff. I wake up and I'm so excited to just hang out with you guys every day. Oh, shush, Darbader, you are amazing. I'm like a meal in Canton, mediocre at best. like the chicken parm. Joy, Darth Vader's birthday was yesterday. So if you missed Darth Vader here yesterday, say happy birthday. We celebrated her birthday yesterday. Yeah, she had a couple bubblies, beers. She was on a roll yesterday. It was so fun. We had a lot of fun. See, happy belated birthday, Darth Vader. Rusty panties. Yeah. So sub 200 was Grammy Kisses. You're awesome. And I got number 201 already today, too. You guys are awesome. Hi, Crazy Sammy. Welcome. You got a Jeopardy question as your picture. I got to see this. This 4-digit number taken from California's welfare something institutions code now has come to refer to anyone unstable. 5150. I know that one. I love Jeopardy. I'm so behind. Seriously? I never get behind on chat. Sorry, guys. This is cool, but I like to address everybody. So, I'll kiss your booty voluntarily, but that's definitely not correct. Okay. Well, still, I'm still correct. I'm going to fight you on that one, but you can just kiss my booty. It's good. You want to take a nap, Moni G? We'll take one if you need one. I always recommend naps. They're not just for babies. Zach's Kazuki is thinking he's hooking up with my mom. I don't have the heart to tell him that was just my cleaning lady, but she doesn't speak English, so okay with that. I'm off. See, you guys crack me up too all the time. So cool. Okay, Mona G, have a good dinner. Other Mary B has chorin to do, so I can't chat, but I'll be listening. Thanks. Thank you, Other Mary B. Mom, cleaning lady, what's the diff? Hey. I was just gonna say something really nasty. My mind's been in the gutter all day. It goes there quite often. Just a trigger warning. Oh, and for those that are new, trigger warning, the word fuck flies right out of my mouth. So if you get offended by a lot of swearing, this isn't the channel for you. My vibrating phone. I hope it doesn't require AAA. No. I put my phone on vibrate when I'm streaming so that it doesn't, go off in midstream. And, everybody's like, oh my God, my phone's ringing. And they realize it's not their phone. Zach, you always off, but okay, bye. Are you down for the cause? Lower your expectations. Best way to not be disappointed. I actually have no comeback for that. Because unfortunately it's true, but I am who I am, so it is what it is. Moni G hiked and got wet, but I had my quilted rain blanket, poncho, and umbrella. Well, I guess that's the way to do it if you are crazy enough to go hiking in this rain. So, as long as you have fun and can get outside and breathe in some fresh air. People are saying, happy belated birthday, Darth Vader. Charlie Rachel, thanks for coming in. I think one of the panty ladies stole Kazi's shoe and hearing aid. Uh-oh, maybe it's hidden with Aiden's key fob in his shoe. Eesh. That's one hell of a collection there. Don't talk about your fake mom like that. This cleaning lady keeps pulling tennis balls from her shirt and putting them on my walker. You guys have me rolling. Oh, never. You just ignore me until I get banned because, you know, fuck y'all. Yep. See? Nicola. I don't know why my head does that. Every time I see Nicola's name, I said this the other day. If you guys know that cough drop, Ricola. Every time I see it, because of the way it's hyphenated, my brain literally hears that commercial, Ricola. Like, I can't get it out of my head every time I see it. Shelly hiked today too, and it was actually nice here for once in New Hampshire. Well, I'm glad it's nice there. It's just pouring rain here. Yeah, Joy, everyone likes picking on me, but it's okay because I know you do it with love. See, this is what I'm saying, Nefarious. Maybe 5150 took it and hit it with Aiden's key fob. She's got a hell of a collection started already. Aw, you guys are so sweet. Dusty says Mary B was right. Miss Scarlett has the best laugh. Aw. I'm glad you guys enjoy it because when I listen to it myself, I cringe. So, but you guys are so sweet to say that because then it makes me feel good. So, yeah, see, Ricola. You guys know what I'm talking about. I had to go back and get Kazi's joke because Darth Vader said those are just not to scratch your floor, Kazi G. They're doing it because you can't bend down. And Kazi says, well, clearly neither can she. Wait, what is? Darth Vader says biggest phallic symbol ever seen on TV. Pretty sure it should have an X rating. What? What did I miss? Damn it. Oh, the Ricola commercial. Yes. See? What are those stupid pipes called? Or, okay, not the phallic pipe, the pipe in the commercial. What are those damn instruments called? Couldn't remember what they were called the other day. I am from Metro Detroit, Michigan. All those that are new here, where are you guys from? I got people from everywhere. I got people from Massachusetts, Ohio, Indiana, let's see, Massachusetts, Indiana, Ohio, Canada, in several places. I got a couple from England. I got one from Ireland and Australia. So I got people from everywhere. It's awesome. I love it. I love meeting. Yeah, we talked about accents the other day. When people say, like, the only people, like, I know when people know I'm from Michigan or at least from the Midwest, even though I don't understand why Michigan is considered the Midwest, is because I say pop, because I have my Coca-Cola is my caffeine. And I always say, I got my pop for the day. And people are like, it's not pop, it's soda or it's cola or whatever it is that you say. Dude, the easiest word for it is pop. It's pop, okay? Yes, I drink my pop of the day. Hey, Yummy. How are you? Swiss Alpenhorn. Is that really what it's called? Okay. I guess I never knew what they were called then because I've never heard that before. Why did the picture go to jail? Okay, we're going to get to the punchline in a minute. So Yummy is from Melbourne, Australia. So that's 2. I got 2 from Australia. Thank you. And West Tennessee, Chastity. New Jersey, South Shore, Crazy Sammy. Awesome. I got some new places today. Woohoo. I would say it, but YouTube would ban me, even though Miss Scarlett wouldn't. Thank you, girl. I'll be over later to say thank you. Pop is Canadian too. Oh, okay. See, it's not just, see, every time I say pop to someone who's not from Michigan or Ohio, people always ask me, oh, you're from Michigan. Like pop is not a Michigan only thing, but somehow everyone that I meet that doesn't say pop and I say it pop to them, they automatically assume I'm from Michigan. Even though it's true, I know that Michigan isn't the only state that says pop. No, not pop. Yes, it's pop. See? They say pop too over in England, okay? Get it right. Pop is grandpop here in New Jersey. Oh, I've never heard that. See, I don't understand. Why do people have to make things more difficult? Pop is a 3-letter word. Then you got to go add another word to it, grandpop. It's pop. Or Coca-Cola. Coke. Yes, exactly. There's the punchline. Because it was framed. Why did the picture go to jail? Because it was framed. And if you guys, I have some really dumb jokes that I have told around YouTube's in the chats. But I did tell my Canada joke yesterday, and I guess I can retell it again today because I didn't make my list of jokes for today. I'd have to go look them up. When I put on the spot, I forget. So the one I never forget is the one my son used to tell me when he was little. That just used to crack him up. So just him laughing at this joke at like age 6 cracked me up, okay? And I tried to tell this joke in Baker's chat, but it's not a joke that is funny if you don't say it right. And when you type it out and someone doesn't read it right, even though I thought I had typed it the way you should read it, and no offense to my Canadian friends, is why do Canadians say A? C-A-N-A-T-A. Sorry, this is the dumbest, stupid joke, but I don't know. When your 6-year-old tells you it and thinks it's like the funniest joke, it's hilarious. Hi, Jen Fox. Getting discouraged in finding a job with new certification. Oh, what's your certification, Jen? What do you call a fly without wings? Walk. See, I love these silly, stupid jokes. Joy says, Jen Fox, don't worry, love. You will get a job very quickly. Ooh, a phlebotomist? I don't know if you told me and I missed it where you're from, but you can get a really good job as a phlebotomist, especially if you're certified. Michigan here, you can, especially traveling phlebotomists, they make shitloads of money. Yes, and congratulations on your certification. Shelly says, you got this, Jen Fox. Let me know if you need any help. Shelly is amazing. We have no issue adopting the American y'all, but you Americans really aren't great at adopting our A. I say that from experience. Yeah, no. And I'm pretty close to Canada. And I don't, no one says A over here. No one. Aw, it's been a week. I know it'll take a little bit of time. Yeah, just make sure, just make sure it's a job you want. You know, that you don't like. My biggest unsolicited piece of advice when you're getting a new job is don't get one that's farther than you want to drive or farther away than you want to travel. And suss out, when you go in for your interview, the best thing to do is suss out the people that already work there. Just because you may think you have an amazing job and realize you don't mesh with anyone that works there. And then you're like, what the fuck did I get myself into? I speak from experience. You're in New Hampshire? Oh, there you go. Shelly's in New Hampshire too. That's why she said if you need help, reach out. Shelly's amazing. It doesn't mean anything, really. It's just an add-on to a sentence. Yes, like a. It's like they added at the end of a sentence most of the time. That's why the joke, get it? Why do Canadians say A? You spell Canadian, or you spell Canada. Oh my God. You spell Canada, C-A-N-A-D-A. So after every freaking consonant, there's an A. Get it? Ha ha, very funny. Yes, winners focus on winners, losers focus on winners. Yes, I did steal that from Melanie Little's affirmations, badass affirmations of the day. Oh, well, I can Jen Fox. So I don't work at the hospital anymore, but I used to. My degree is in psychology, but I was a certified clinical medical assistant for several years in an orthosurgeon for an orthosurgeon. And now I work from home, but I loved it because I spent 20 years in the mental health field, and in the summer of 2021, the job that I worked in the mental health field for people that either were low income, didn't have insurance. I was one of the very few people that still had to go in the office, and having to turn people away who were finally, doing something to seek help that they felt they needed, that they wanted, and telling them that I couldn't get them an appointment for months. It was taking its toll on me, and I just said, I can't do this. I need to do something else or I'm going to go crazy. So I've been in healthcare technically in one way or another for a really long time. What did the cucumber say to the pickle? All right, where's the punchline, Shelly? Oh, Jeannie just got the C-A-N-A-D-A joke. See? I had to explain it. Aw, you mean a great deal to me. All right, I'm going to get my list of jokes out just because we started telling them, because I do have a list of good ones. So, hold on. Mine are more like stupid, dirty jokes, so they're not really dirty. Oh my God, it is pouring rain that I can feel the rain coming in through my window. Hold on, guys. Holy shit, it's soaking wet. Ah. All right. I better go close my other window. Hold on. All right. Now that my carpet in my living room is soaking wet, oh well, just water, right? You love dad jokes? Dad jokes are good too. But I just pulled up I need an umbrella. Oh shit! Danny's going live. Damn it. Thanks, Scott. I almost forgot. It's already 5:50. All right. I'm going to leave you guys with a couple jokes, and then I'm going to send you guys off on another redirect that unfortunately you'll have to travel yourself, but it's well worth it. And Rat House Media and Danny. But let me send you off on a couple quick jokes. Give me 1 second. Okay, so these are my best ones. Why isn't there a pregnant Barbie doll? Ken came in another box. Well, you know what? Like I said, I am American. I don't say A, and that's how I've always learned what A is. It's at the end of a sentence. Okay, I got another one for you. Oh, where to go? Sorry. What's the difference between a golf ball and a G-spot? A guy will actually search for his golf ball. All right. What does the horny toad say? Rub it. Rub it. These are so stupid. They're funny. I love it. Because he got high. I gotta give you a really good one to end the night on. I got one. Here's the last one for today. We'll tell some more jokes tomorrow, but you got to come back tomorrow because I stream every day right around 1 o'clock, 1:30 as we continue trial 2. But my last joke of the day, and I'm going to ask you guys, since you guys did me a favor today, if for some reason you aren't already subscribed to Rat House Media, I definitely recommend after here to go to Rat House Media and watch Danny for a little while because they're awesome over there. And my last joke of today, what's 6 inches long and has 2 nuts at the end? Anyone got a guess? Okay. So, what's 6 inches long and has 2 nuts at the end? An almond joy. All right. So, with that being said, if you don't know, I can't help you. Thank you, Scott. Yes, if anyone can help, even just share my link at the top is pinned at the top of the chat. I truly appreciate you guys more than you will ever know. Even those that just everybody who just comes here and hangs out, says hi, gives me a like, shares my, a video or a channel with someone else. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I love each and every one of you. I hope that every day I can provide somewhere that you can go, even for just a few minutes, to laugh and smile. Because as you know, I preach every day that with the stresses we have in life, you have to make time to give yourself just a few minutes to laugh, to smile, to get away from the stresses of the world. So, tomorrow, I hope to see you guys all back. If you can make it, I truly love you, and I will see you in the chats. Bye, everyone.